Hello everyone, welcome to Silence of Shadows episode 46, I believe. We had some contention between what episode it was. It's a long season.
We settled on 46.
First and foremost, we want to extend a huge thank you to you all for bearing with us during our lovely holiday break. We're all refreshed, we're ready to rock. Literally, we're gonna party. It's gonna be awesome. Hopefully you're ready for it. Hopefully this one doesn't blow up, you know.
I think that quote that Tracy
without
put,
an explosion.
the tweet, was it? That
was a
Tracy
tweet.
put in our little party chat that said like explosions in a city of kindred just as a sign of stupid kindred or something along those lines.
I was like, damn,
constant gas
I feel
explosions.
called.
I'll look it up while you
That's
keep
like, I
talking.
feel called out right now.
Oh yeah, I retweeted that. I was like, y'all definitely getting called out by...
Yeah.
Super called out.
Okay, here it is. There are several ways to cover up a masquerade. One of the most common is unexpected gas explosions. There are a lot of unexpected gas explosions in cities with really dumb kindred.
That's us.
Or some would say really brave and bold kindred.
Yes. That's
Some
great.
might even say in a city with a merciful storyteller.
Hey, dice rolled in our
Fortune favors the stupid or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something like
favor.
that.
At least
Well,
half.
we'll see how today's episode go. Will
I mean,
will
to
there
be
be
fair-
more explosions?
I know you got to keep going, Maggie, but to be fair, half of you are dead.
True.
Out of the 6 of you that started from season 1, only 3 of you are
God.
still walking.
That's math, y'all, and it's right.
Yeah.
So
Only half of you have lived through this.
wow.
So,
It's
hey,
true.
I'm just saying, and all of you died in season 2.
Sip this gold.
Still alive, suckers!
For now.
Well, we'll see how many more can survive through the end of the season. Maybe season 3 will just be a whole new cast. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, brand new.
We'll see. Anyways, to get all of the nitty gritty out of the way so that we can actually see if the explosions happen, we want to extend a huge thank you to our supporter, Draco Malfoy, Witcher Dancer today. Get some roll love in chat for our lovely supporter. If you want to be a supporter, you can support us on patreon.com/roll for it at legend tier or above. And of course, we have a Mass Effect poll. If you didn't know, we are doing a Mass Effect show. I'll pop that up on the screen here. It works. It is called Mass Effect CSEC, and we will be playing with Mark Meir, Random Tuesday, me, and Tyler Scheid, as well as Enter Elysium will be GMing us. So that will be starting tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. GMT. Definitely come tune in. It's going to be a good time. Beyond that, we also have our Ascension guest character sheet coming as well. If you have been watching Ascension, Bone is back. The Bone Breaker, the air guitar playing badass monk has returned. He'll be with us for a few more episodes, and you know, we got to start off the season the same way we started the first season. So definitely come tune in. It's going to be a good time. That's on Thursdays, same time, same place, right here on twitch.tv/roll4it. We'll also have our Ascension MP3 and after show coming out right after this show. So, you know, if you're looking for even more entertainment today, we have more for you. And with that, I will just kind of go over how else you can support us. You can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/roll4it. We have a whole slew of amazing goodies for you, from after shows to player information to secret GM stuff that you can be part of. We also have a legend tier game where you get GM'd by one of our lovely cast members in a private GM session. So you'll definitely want to get your hands on that. I don't know if we have any slots open. Those get snagged up really quickly. I think you GM'd last month, and so
Yeah, we did. We had a very happy Xenomorph Christmas. We did.
And of course,
Best kind
my
of presents.
folks affected the live Santa RPG game that we did, which that actually was explosive. Literally was explosive.
Surprising.
Santa's revenge.
Great. It's fine. Mary is still alive. Ish.
That's good.
That's a Miss Magitech's character. And of course, We have other ways that you can support us. Twitch, you can become a subscriber here and you get access to the VODs, as well as awesome emotes and access to our Discord. And you can become a YouTube member. You can become one of the 4 YouTube members. YouTube membership is interesting.
You could be the 5th, y'all.
You get cool emotes and also access to our Discord. Our Discord's pretty awesome. We talk about all the goodies. You get interaction with the cast members. I saw Dot in there answering a bunch of questions from her character's perspective throughout the holidays. So yeah, definitely come be part of it. And of course, if you can't support us on monetary means, that is not a big deal. You need to take care of yourself first, especially right now. We know the world is in a crazy state. Take care of yourself first. And with that, there are a lot of free ways to support us just by being here and watching our shows, watching our YouTube channels, leaving comments. Those seem like silly things, but the algorithm, they want comments. Same thing with social media, interacting with us on social, on Twitter, on Facebook. Those go like a super long way for us. So we really appreciate it. And with that, I will toss it over to our wonderful storyteller, Mathis Games.
You had me curious. I was Googling if there was a Santa in World of Darkness. I was like,
I bet there's Krampus. I believe Krampus.
No, that's
For
the
sure.
thing. He's one and the same. He's from the Fey realm. And
Oh, okay.
Of course.
So
He's the
he probably
same thing.
manifests
And
multiple
yeah,
ways.
he's the same creature. He just comes and
Well,
takes children.
technically- I was about to say, technically, Yule lore says that Santa Claus and Krampus are one and the same. They're the yin and yang of holiday
Yeah,
spirit.
that seems like that seems the approach. There's also a couple bits that it's like, well, he might not be from the Fey realm. He might be a conjuration of mages.
Oh,
That's
that's weird.
That's a different way you could take it. So anyway, hey everybody, I know it's been a few weeks, so yeah, we're gonna be kind of easing in back into it. I know we left off with quite the cliffhanger in the last episode. We will quickly recap that, and then we'll just right on open up into the show. So the end of last get together session ended with Ava getting a little gift. She had a phone that was ringing rather repetitively, and she refused to answer, for better or for worse. Eventually, the rest of the coterie was able to arrive, and after some deliberation, we simply see Ollie take the phone and just crunch the thing. No more, don't worry about it. A few days later, or the next night, I can't remember how soon after it was, there was a bag in front of, or a box rather, a shoebox in front of Ava's apartment. Upon opening the thing, she found a severed ear, the wedding ring that belonged to her father, and another phone with a note that simply said, "Your old man's getting hard of hearing. Don't ignore the phone next time." But the phone did not begin to ring. And that's where we left off. As we open today, starting with a black screen, it slowly fades in, closely zoomed on a nearby countertop inside the movie theater a couple of nights after that box had been dropped off. We can see the now clean popcorn machine in the background beginning to whir up and even trickle out some popcorn. That's taken away and out of focus as soon as a hand comes down and aggressively places an old plastic Nokia phone on that countertop. The nails expertly done and her fair skin pulling from the phone as the camera pulls back even further to reveal, of course, Ava, pacing back and forth, waiting for this thing to go off, waiting for this thing to ring. It has been 2 nights, and it has not rung yet. We see Ava pacing for maybe a few minutes before the front door opens. We hear the skateboard kick up, and in through the front door, leaning the skateboard against a nearby wall, is a familiar face in a new outfit. As Dakota kind of like walks in, and even Ava, not even noticing right away. What is it? Obviously, we see what you're wearing on
Dakota
stream.
probably is in all leather pants, right? Not her usual like baggy Army Navy surplus, and she's very clearly attempted a top of some choosing. Cheap, no doubt. She stole it, but she tried. She
Did you
definitely
steer it
tried.
from like a Goodwill?
Probably, or something like I would imagine it's some other kind of like not a brand name. It would be Badwill in this world.
Yeah.
From the Badwill store. No, she probably nicked it from like a late night consignment shop or something like that. And,
Sure.
but she has definitely tried, and she did it on her own.
So we see you kind of walking in and grandly gesturing with your arms in the air, maybe even doing kind of a twirl very quickly, like a ta-da. Ava takes a moment before she kind of snaps out of her pacing. Before Ava, you look over and see exactly what is described.
Oh, Dakota, you look You look great, actually.
Yeah. Thanks.
You actually look great.
Yeah. I mean, you wow. Wow. Well, hello to you too.
Right. We have an event tonight, of course. I almost forgot.
Dakota, you actually see as you're talking, kind of peering over her shoulder and past her, the familiar phone that she's been carrying with her since that night.
I thought we said no phones.
Yeah. This is the one exception. This. I have to answer the call this time. Whenever.
You gonna tell me why?
Because my father is in trouble.
Like
As your head
not your
corrects
sugar
its-
daddy.
As
your
your head
actual-
corrects itself from the tilt, that's when the door will open again, and the heavy steps of Ollie walking in. Well, actually, no, because he's walking in from the street. He probably walked in completely silently, and but you hear the door open and close, and you see kind of just walking in is a familiar figure. You can see over them, Ollie kind of taking in the place. First, the two of them are standing about a foot apart, clearly mid-conversation, but past
I
them, you can
probably
actually
say
see.
far too loud. Not your sugar daddy, like your actual daddy.
That's the line you walk into. Perfect.
All right.
Hi.
That's how many daddies you got?
In this particular circumstance, I am referring to my father.
Mm.
My actual father. My blood relative.
Is he? You said he's in trouble.
Yes. So to retcon or just like note.
Rewind. Yeah.
I think that the ear was actually at Ollie's bar.
They got the
Did
yeah.
we all
you
see it?
you
we-
all saw the body part, I think, but I don't think that we left off having read the note and whether there was. It can be up to Ava
Whether
whether
you
she
shared.
like
I
told
actually-
you all or would
yeah.
have kept it to
Okay.
herself. But yeah, there would have been a body part and another phone, whatever that means to anybody else.
Somebody has him. They sent his body parts to me, an ear. And that phone that I got at the tower, I got another one.
That's
I went
kind
to
of
go.
barbaric. Don't you think? Like,
It is, and I have no idea. Well, I have some ideas, but I don't really know who did this. There's only one way to find out. To answer the call.
As she gestures to a silent phone.
That's yet to ring.
When it
I-
does, you will come get all of us, right? Like a speakerphone
Yes.
party.
Yes. Yeah, that's probably for the best.
so I'm guessing that you still stay in contact with the old man then.
I haven't really spoken to him in years
The last
since.
time we talked to him was when Zach was
Zach.
alive. Season
Yeah,
one. And so it's been at least 10 years.
but he's still an important part of my previous life.
Zach was alive. It wasn't 10 years, right? You said when Zach was alive. I thought you went to visit him.
Zach went to visit him in
Zach
season.
definitely did. I think you did it as well in season 1.
Yeah, in season
Was it
one.
season one?
I think it was season 1. No, I don't think she ever went in season 2. I could
Yeah.
be incorrect in that memory. There might have been a brief visit that I'm not remembering.
There's been a lot of episodes.
Yeah.
Like,
There has
I'm
been.
still remembering things.
Oh, yeah.
And
I
like
don't even know
season
what
nearly
coffee
100.
yet, y'all.
I know we treat season 1 and season 2 as separate, but in the
Mhm.
grand scheme of a vampire campaign, time skips
It's
happen
all-
like that.
Yeah.
So it's
Mhm.
all
Yeah, yeah.
it's all the same.
I went home to see if he was there, and of course, he's not. So, somebody has him.
Okay.
Very well. Who even know
Somebody-
about your old man? Who would know about him, and how would they even find him?
Well, I have a lot of exes, Ollie. But I don't know if they were that. I don't know if any of them. This isn't their MO.
Lots of daddies. Yeah.
Can I get a Ava would be the only one allowed to roll this. A memory roll. I'm gonna call for a memory roll.
I was about to say, I have Dakota. While you think on your
please,
memory.
if Dakota was about to spitball an idea.
Which is sorry, memory is.
Intelligence composure.
Intelligence composure. What's it? That's it. Yeah. Okay. Let me roll that. Intelligence.
I'm gonna let her make this roll first.
No, go ahead. And Dakota can. Yeah, you can say what you're gonna say, Dakota.
Yeah. I want to see what she rolls.
Okay.
2. Okay, and let's see what Dakota wanted to say.
So, say somebody comes into your house and takes something that belongs to you, right? And then you find out who fucking took it. What do? You go take something that belongs to them. We kind of maybe left a sticky note saying we would return a man named Darian, and we kind of didn't.
Yeah.
And as you're worrying in your mind, who would know about my father? Nobody out there knows about my dad. It's just me and Zach. And Zach isn't around anymore. And you were all very, very careful to keep your dad out of things, with the exception of one person. A person that many people have asked, Mathis, when are you ever going to bother with this person? But there is a person out there that would know all of that information that Mathis uses in a different way than most storytellers would. You have a flaw of a stalker.
Oh, no.
And a stalker who you saw briefly once in season 2 near one of your old homes. And you saw briefly in season 1, somewhere where he shouldn't have been looking for you. If there's anybody else out there who would know your information, it would be the person who literally stalks every detail about you and have since before you were even a kindred. And that thought comes crashing into your mind.
So I'm just saying, this could be a little retribution.
I agree. There's a lot of people to consider. We've made a lot of enemies. I've also made a lot of enemies in my time. Even before I came to this life. I had one guy who kind of took things a little too far. And after I died, I don't think he believed that I was dead, and did everything in his power to try to find me.
To be clear, I'm not implying that the stalker has your father.
Correct.
I'm implying that if somebody got information about your father, the person they would have
Or
gotten
saw
it from
it.
was from the stalker.
Gotcha.
Sorry, just to be clear, because I think there's some confusion.
Yes,
in that.
that makes that makes sense for me too, actually.
Okay.
He knows a lot about my past life, and I think he knows more than I know about my current life. So he could be somebody
Who
involved.
ratted you out? Your dad out?
All right. Well, we just gotta find them, right?
Yeah, the last time I saw him was a long time ago. He was handing out flyers.
Season 2, early season 2, you saw him handing out flyers of
A
you.
missing person. Trying
Wait,
to
I
find
thought you
me.
said that was a friend.
Uh,
Friend, stalker, daddy. You just say words loosely, don't you?
Look, I use a lot of terms to describe people
Yeah, okay.
in my life.
How can we find this ex-daddy of yours?
Call him that.
As you-
Does this
Yeah,
man
no,
have
go
a
ahead,
name? Does this man have a name? This stalker.
You did name him.
He did have a name.
He should be on your character
I
sheet,
believe
right?
you. Inserts for story purposes.
Yeah, he
It
did
should be
have
on,
a name.
I'll hunt the character sheet a little bit.
Yeah.
Go ahead and
No.
keep going.
Okay, what if the stalker becomes the stalky? We could figure out where he's at and maybe go ask him if he, I don't know, spilled the beans. And to who?
Yeah, I like that last part. I don't like the whole stalking thing. Don't we have a party tonight?
We do. We do. This is impeccable timing, as
From my understanding, stalking implies that we're going to spend a lot of time watching this guy's movement, and I would rather just walk in his front door.
There is always that option.
he is still mortal, as far as I know. So we do have that option. We're much stronger than he is.
There's I'm sorry, did the conversation want to continue into the planning phase more or less, or am I getting an air of you're going to leave it for
Well, we
now?
can't do anything tonight.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's true, we can't. I
Plus,
will.
I don't want to. We're throwing a party.
Right, let's get in the party mood, I suppose.
Can you at least give us a description of what this guy looks like?
God. Well, it's been at least 15 years since I was with him.
You can look however you want him to.
When you say with,
We dated.
oh, I see. And then you dumped him. And then
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Wow, the picture is clearer. Now, what if I just go ask a couple friends down at the police station to pull a file on the guy
I think that would work.
That way we can find out everything we can and, like Ollie said, get a good visual on the guy.
Yeah, at least we can get some answers from him or find out what's going on. If we're not gonna get this call anytime soon, this phone just sitting here, I'm tired of staring at it.
He just grabs it in your hand.
Let's focus on the party. Tomorrow night, we'll work on this whole situation.
Okay, so happen to say the phone rings in the middle of the party. Do we have like a code word to be like, we need to convene around this?
Yeah, let's do,
Yeah, you got a safe word?
I got one.
I
Daddy's calling.
That's actually pretty good.
So it's so obvious. People would think it's anything else other than that.
Well, so
All right.
And as there's that, like, well, I guess that's gonna be it. There is a couple of solid knocks at the front door before the door actually just opens. And in stride and in a rather gorgeous kind of black dress that kind of stops short at around the knees is Kathy, the head or the event runner of Baby Chorus. She smiles at all of you and kind of gives you a gentle wave as she walks over to a counter and plops down her purse before she says to the three of you, can't really talk long. We've got a bunch of people outside getting ready to set up, and we sold out rather quickly, so this place will be filled within. And she looks down at her watch, pulling her sleeve back. The show starts in about 2 hours, so I expect in about an hour and a half we will be filled. And she looks to the three of you. Any questions?
bar's open.
She smiles. Excellent.
Right? I
Yeah,
look at
that's
Ollie.
like you guys kind of figure out a couple of deals and whatnot, I imagine. She if something that you wanted, she could have her own bartender that comes in, works the bar for you. She is the event runner of these people.
Backstage door.
You just kind of giving her like the directions
the
of the
space
area.
is yours.
Okay, cool. So yeah, as
Cheers.
soon as you give her like the space is yours, she kind of just she smiles and kind of just gets to work. She gets both of the front doors kind of propped open, and immediately from thereafter, you got like the people carrying the equipment are starting to walk in. Some show lights, smoke machines. A bartender heads over in the back. More alcohol than you had is brought in, and things just kind of get going very, very quickly. Within 30 minutes, you actually will see a baby chorus slowly trickling in, including everybody's favorite Nero, who arrives last out of all of them.
I nudge Ava forward. Put the fucking phone away. Go.
Yeah.
Pay attention. Look at what you're doing.
Yeah, Ava will greet everybody and then give a special hi to Nero. It's good to see you and all of that.
Do a nod before Kathy grabs him and moves him along with to just chat and kind of keep him focused. I'm trying to remember who else is in baby chorus besides the two. Kathy's part of it. Nero's part of it. What's his face is part of it. Damien is part of it, and there's one more, and I just can't remember who it is because it's not somebody you guys have talked to all that much. Oh, either way, Damien eventually falls in, kind of strides in, and they all just start playing up on the stage, kind of doing their sound testing and whatnot over the course of time. Now, as everybody's setting up,
Question:
I was
Did
gonna
they
say-
bring security, their own security?
there is their own security. Yeah,
Okay,
there's a couple of just
That's
like
good.
mortal security guards that sit out
Okay,
front.
I can relax a little bit then. Because I was like, I did not expect all these people.
Yeah, no, because you can
Oh,
fit
yeah, okay,
probably
cool.
like 100 people in here, maybe 150.
Yeah, cool.
So during this time, as kind of everything's starting to pick up and more people are filling in to setting things up, did the three of you have any conversation with one another?
Is there anything else we need to do to
out of
plan?
curiosity.
I think there's going to be much that we have to do. It sounds like Kathy. Yeah, it sounds like she's got most of this planned out. It's pretty shut and closed. We just walk around and be amicable, right?
Yeah, I think that's
Do we have any other
Really
goals?
bad at
Anything that
that.
we wanted to try to accomplish?
Mathis, one thing I did want to try to do was either if it's myself personally or the Harpy,
Rhonda?
invite Sienna,
Yes,
or at least
I-
extend the invitation to her.
Extend an
So,
invite to Sienna, absolutely.
yeah.
You imagine having trickled out the invite to Rhonda specifically, but also others. It sounded like you wanted Kindred to show up. If
Yeah.
they're like, spread the word. If any Kindred are interested in coming, it's an
So,
open, not an open
no-
invite per se, but if they get the, if they
Then-
hear about it.
Okay.
So knowing that, how many kindred are here? Can we tell?
Right now, just baby chorus.
Just baby chorus.
Following baby chorus, the next one who to arrive would be Brett. He'd be there before the party
I
started.
nudge Ava again.
So yeah, so we'll say like an hour after like sound test is well underway, kind of just strolling through the front doors with both of his hands in his pants pockets. He's dressed really, really nicely with a dark crimson suit, a white shirt, and a very dark brown polished shoes that clack against the ground. And he's slightly unbuttoned at the top, and his hair just kind of sits over his shoulders elegantly.
Look, he wore pants.
He strolls in, looks around, and kind of gives you would call it like an impressed nod, like a,
Oh.
and he just kind of looks around, and as he sees Kathy, before he sees you, he gives a wave to her and starts making his way over to her.
Oh, well, I guess that's I guess baby chorus is the star of the show tonight, not so much us. It's fine. It's fine. I'll say hi to him later.
By chance, Mathis, can you describe Damien for me again?
Yep, he's a young black guy with short hair, clean shaven, wears a baby chorus t-shirt almost every time you see him. It's not the same baby chorus t-shirt, it's just different ones that are clearly from different eras. There's a baby chorus t-shirt you've seen him wear that's like old and raggedy that you might pull from the 80s. Tonight, he's wearing a new one. Very freshly designed, modern graphic art on the front. And clearly the stuff that they're probably going to be selling at the front door.
And is he the guitarist of the band?
Yep, he plays guitar.
Okay.
He's
All right.
he's all about the band.
I don't know if you know it.
About it.
I'm not sure if you know or have heard of the band called Animals as leaders, but it
Nope.
sounds like Tobin Abasi.
No idea who that is.
What is it?
There's
don't know.
actually, I think there's actually a picture of him in Chicago, right?
Yep, I got
There
it for you.
is.
I have the
There's-
book open.
there's-
I'm just in
yeah,
the in the Toreador section. at
Give
the
us that
moment.
sweet, sweet
Yeah,
live
he's cool.
action.
Live
picture pan
action.
by.
Venture.
Yeah, live action picture
No, he's
pan by.
Bruja,
please.
not Venture. I'm like, wait, why is he? He is a Bruja.
Yeah, he's Bruja.
Beyond that, so Brett while I'm grabbing his picture, he goes over to Brett. Is there an attempt to catch his eye or no? There he is.
I think Ava would make an attempt.
There he is.
Damien.
My lighting is terrible. I'm trying like making shadow.
There we go. Yeah.
Mathis
Wrong
is
way.
bad at this. There, see, there you go.
There we
best I
go.
can do, dude. That's the best I can do.
Actually,
You want to open
yeah,
the page? It's 88. If you want to go get him and take a look.
here, I'll put this in.
I feel like he should be in like a 70s action flick. Like he's very cool.
I'm gonna put this in the shadows chat. That's Tobin. It's a great band, but he like every time you describe him, he just reminds me.
Oh my God, yeah.
so much.
A little bit. Yeah, he's definitely got Tobin vibes. A bit. He's very heavy into his music, and every time you've ever seen him, he's got his guitar with him or nearby, pretty much. Then again, you've only really spoken to him in the studio, so that makes sense. But
Yeah.
regardless, so Brett walks in to be the next one after some time. And after Brett, no one else really approaches until the doors officially open.
I'm keeping my eyes out specifically for a sheriff-like figure.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course you're looking for a sheriff-like figure. No sheriff-like figure right now.
Okay.
I'm telling you, it'll be a freaking holiday miracle if he shows. I'm hoping he just stays home.
For the sake of a calm session, you're probably not going to see him.
Yeah, okay.
I can't imagine him seeing you. There would not be some sort of frenzy check in some fashion.
Oh, definitely.
All of us, or
No, not necessarily
Him?
Ollie. Him and Ollie have never really truly butted heads, only in terms of like Dakota and Ava being there.
yeah.
So there might not. I don't think he would frenzy check if he saw you. The other two, or at the very least Dakota.
Yeah.
Either way.
probably.
Yeah. Okay.
After all set up and everything's set, and the band kind of standing on stage quietly, and with Damien up front, you see Nero in the background, and the rest of the band just kind of at their positions. Kathy spins around to the three of you and says, "Okay, I think we're good to go. So if you guys give me the green light, we can open those doors." And she kind of looks past you all, seeing just a few figures in the windows of the door. Looks like it's going to be a busy night.
Excellent. Shall we get this started?
Ava kind of just asks openly to the two of you. As long as you agree. Kathy just kind of makes a motion. And
I'll begin greeting folks.
Yeah, Ava makes her way up front, and the security guards open the doors, and they begin collecting tickets as people start filing in rather quickly. You could smell the mortal air as it rushes in. The first time your theater, since all of you have taken it, where mortals have actually taken a step in, and not just one or two, at least 100, maybe more. And as they file in, you can smell the sweat, the booze, the food on them, and more. The hungrier your beast starts talking in the back of your mind. What is everybody's hunger
was
at
about to say.
specifically?
I was like, what
One.
is my hunger?
1,
I'm at 2.
2,
Two.
2. Okay, so only really, I mean, it's there. It's like an annoying itch, Ollie, but you're so used to it at this point. But with 2, Ava and Dakota, as the mortals start filling in, there's that. It's more than an itch. It's like one of those, almost like a spasm. Almost. It's hard to like ignore it completely. And it's not that you obviously will lose control, but the beast is already clawing at the back of your throat, and the mortals just completely fill in. And as everybody begins to fill in, the band begins to play. Once it's about halfway full, they start jamming early on, and then after it's completely full, they'll properly open their show with a greeting to the audience and more. Kindred that you notice walk in, however. First, Kevin Jackson arrives promptly at the front of the line after a few people file in. He's got one of his assistants with him, you all can tell, though he looks like he belongs with the mortals and kind of mills in, clearly blending in, leaving Kevin Jackson being the only noticeable one out of the ones standing around. He gives a polite nod to Ava and actually reaches down and gives you the top of your hand a kiss and smiles. He's like, "I've got rounds to make and people to greet, but we'll make time." And he smiles and pushes his way in. Another one that actually ends up arriving shortly after is Rhonda. Rhonda is probably unsurprising to be here. You see, as she piles in, she smiles to you, Ava, and she looks around and she's like, "Already 100 times better than the first time we had to get together." And she smiles and gives you a kiss on each cheek before she also too kind of makes her way into the crowd. The next one to arrive that catches Dakota's eye is a gangrel. You actually see the one that you left in the train yard.
Oh.
Molly.
She
right?
says nothing to anybody as she makes her way in. She keeps her head down, and you noticed, Ava, you notice her, but you don't really say anything. Rhonda did say that the word got around, and you don't know every kindred in Chicago, and so this one she kind of just makes her way in and beelines it to the bar. She just kind of makes her way through.
I imagine a small smile. The first one of the night crosses Dakota's face for real.
The next kindred to arrive, however, is one that none of you recognize. You only pick up on the kindred because there's something off about her completely, Ava. She doesn't fit with the rest of the crowd, and if she's a baby chorus fan, she certainly doesn't dress the part. As she strides in, your eyes can't help but be drawn to her for a moment, not out of any unnatural draw, but there's just something striking about the way she looks. Maggie, please, what does your character look like as she kind of just mills in with a group of mortals around her, and she makes her way into this movie theater that's been clearly redone to host the Baby Chorus, a relatively well-known local band here in Chicago? Oh. Yeah, oh, no worries.
Exciting.
I can't contain my feelings.
I know, right?
Sorry, y'all. I have to break
Like,
character. It's just not my choice.
We're all about to squee right now.
Oh, you're muted apparently, Maggie. Everybody's saying muted.
Oh,
Oh no.
Oh no! Can you hear
We
me
hear
now?
her chat.
That's all that really matters.
From the
Sorry.
top, Maggie.
Okay, over the top. You see kind of like a 6'1", very tall, almost like ebony black skin, just like that beautiful African skin that, you know, I dream of having. She has really orange eyes, almost like yellowy orange eyes when it like reflects on the light. And you notice that she kind of, even the artificial light that's in the room, she kind of doesn't stand in it. She's very like quick to move to like the darker areas of the room as she comes in. She has got like this beautiful fro that has two little buns at the top, and she's wearing like a little cat headband, and really dark makeup with like kind of a little symbol next to one of her eyes that you might know or might not know. She's wearing like long big snake earrings, a big like necklace that has kind of like almost like a tribal vibe to it. And she's wearing like a leather corset that is studded, and a leather jacket that's also got studs and like spikes, and leather pants, and these beautiful like gold high heel shoes that are probably like 6 inches tall.
All three of you, as you catch eyes, it's impossible not to see her as she walks in. She stands out. She's gorgeous. Intelligence occult roll.
Let's see.
Because there are of her clan in Chicago. They're just not heavily involved in your world,
One.
so to speak, right now.
One. Sorry, two.
2, 1,
one.
and Ollie.
I think Ollie's gonna make this one.
You never know,
okay.
brother. You never,
Dakota's not
you
even.
never know. You
What
gotta
did you say
make
was,
that. I
intelligence
just
occult?
gotta see it, man. Intelligence occult.
Oh,
Okay,
wait, no.
You got a boss.
Did I not roll?
Yeah, I realized that.
Yeah, I
You
only got
rolled twice.
Ava's roll
Let me
twice.
try that
Yeah.
again. Let me try that again. I'm not new here. Hey, I got
Oh,
a
damn. 2, and Ollie, you try.
Hunger dice.
Bagel. That's right.
Yeah.
Ollie's just trying to take in this tall
yeah,
drink of
right?
water.
I think all three of us are.
Or like, yeah.
I because none of you've ever really run into it, 2's just not enough. You don't, it doesn't ring any bells. She's wearing a lot of stuff that might make sense to people who would have at least had contact with them, but in your 13 years of unlife, none of you have ever spoken to or even heard mention of this clan. You just know, you can kind of like sense the predator and whatnot. A few of you can just tell. Yeah, she's not at all mortal. Maggie, as you walk in, can I get a wits awareness from you?
Ooh, what's awareness? Trying to figure out how to.
It's all good. Just
If
gotta
I
get back
do
into
the
the group.
wits,
Tammy's
it
been dead a
will-
while.
It'll
Yeah,
give me
right?
awareness as an option. Oh no, I gotta click the
You
awareness.
can click awareness and then you have to pick the wits.
There we go. I was backwards the other way, and then I choose wits. And no modifiers?
Nope, no modifiers. You just seeing if you recognize
4.
the faces. Yeah. Is that
Woo.
any two? Oh man. You see Ava and you recognize her by the description. You've been given a description of the entire coterie, having walked in here. You've done your research. And she fits. She's gorgeous. She stands out completely. And as your eyes kind of scan the rest, there's a couple that look like they might be Dakota. You're not entirely sure which one over in that area might be the gangrel you're looking for. But Ollie also stands out. Kind of hanging around. He's got that porcelain mask. It's hard not to see Ollie, even if he looks presentable. You recognize him. These are the three that you came here for. Obviously, the party, of course, to enjoy. There's Baby Course up front, and you see a few of the Toreador that you've heard tell of, maybe even caught eyes with a few times through your life here in Chicago, but no personal relationship with them. What do we see your character do? Do you just kind of go in and mingle and just kind of play it light?
I think she has fun. She's not necessarily mingling. She's just like enjoying what this party has to offer.
Do you blush of life so you can drink some booze?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so let's see a blush of life.
What do I need to roll for that?
Just a rouse check.
All right, and I think that there's just a button for that somewhere.
Yes, they're bottom of the sheet, I believe.
All
Yeah.
right, there we go.
The concert's happening right now, yeah?
Yep, the concert's happening. Music is playing in the background. You guys have like somewhere between 100 and 150 people in here. Kathy clearly wasn't lying when she said she could fill this place. You guys are going to make some decent cash out of this. And as long as you play it quiet and smooth, you could even feed here pretty easily.
Okay. And she walks up to the bar, right? Like where Molly...
Well, let's see what happens. So you rouse, you do not gain a hunger, and you can feel, you love that feeling. You know you're in for a good night when your body's senses return to you. And as you begin to breathe and feel your body kick up, do you head right to the bar? Does we see you walk right to the bar? What do you do?
Yeah, she goes to the bar. Like she kind of dances her way over the bar. I think that
Can I get a charisma performance check, please?
Oh my god, really?
Yeah,
So many checks. Yeah.
No, this is I want to
This
see.
is probably
this is your
like
first.
terrible dancing.
It's
Do I get
fine.
anything for like being agile?
It'd be worse than Ollie.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, you're not a Toreador, you know, so it's not surprising that
No.
you're an amazing dancer. So, you
I'm
could
fast.
rouse again and add a D10 to this roll if you care enough, but that's a risk of getting
No,
hungry.
she doesn't. She gives zero. She probably doesn't even care if she looks like an
I just
idiot.
want to know how good you dance. All right, we've made these 3 dance rolls
2.
many times. We got to get a dance roll.
Okay.
2.
Yeah, you're fine. You're not dancing like it's not like you're drawing eyes, but you don't look like a fool either. You blend in perfectly, and you kind of make your way through the crowd, even pulling as a few people turn to dance with you, dancing with them for a little
yeah.
bit before you pull away, and eventually you make your way over to the bar where the bartender kind of spins around. She smiles. She's got 2 blonde like little pigtails in the back, and she looks at you. She's like, "What can I get you, cutie?"
What are
What
you
do you drink?
serving?
She at the bar. She turns around, and as you can see, the bar is actually rather full. There's not much that they couldn't make here. Do you have a preferred drink?
I think she asked for some kind of just whiskey on the rocks.
Absolutely taken care of. Top shelf? Do you go full like expensive whiskey?
And she's like, "Oh yes, let us go all the way to the top."
She smiles and she just gives you a wink as she turns around and pulls. Give me a top shelf whiskey, bub.
Oh
Give me
man,
like a good top shelf whiskey. Somebody give me a top
Oh,
shelf
God.
whiskey here. I don't drink. Maker's Mark is not
shit.
top shelf, but that's the only thing I can
No.
think of.
it's not.
Oh my
Probably want
god.
to go with like
there's-
Boss Hog or something like that.
All right. Yeah, sure. Boss Hog is what they grab. Boss Hog, couple of ice cubes. We got a bunch of suggestions in there. A couple of ice cubes in there and pour it on the rocks before she slides it in front of you. And takes your did you guys agree on an open bar? I cannot remember.
It was open.
It was open bar. Yeah.
Yeah,
Slides
that
a
was the
drink in
deal. Was
front
we
of you.
She
covered
chugs
yeah.
it, and then she slides the glass over and is like, "Pour me another one."
Dakota, you were the closest one. I don't know how interested everybody is in this person who's walked in. How
Oh,
much
I have
she's
not
drawn
taken
your
my
eyes.
eyes off of her.
But I imagine, yeah, Dakota, you watch as
Yeah.
she gets this drink of whiskey. She just slams it back, pops it down, even catching the bartender by surprise. You see her eyes widen a bit. She grabs it, pours you another one.
I will slide over to the bar.
Okay. Dakota, you make your way.
Dakota's gonna slide over to the bar.
Maggie, or say boss, you realize one of the 2 gangrel, you're not sure which, is next to you.
Do you dance?
She kind of points to you and she's like, "You want one too?"
No thanks. Do you dance?
Oh, you want to dance? Well, let me get my drink and we can dance.
The whiskey is slid right to your fingertips.
She just chugs it again,
She
and
just
then
slams it back.
slides it down, and then offers her hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Dakota will take it, and I kind of look back at the 2 of them, and I'm like, I'm Dakota. I don't know your name.
Bass. They call me Bass. And she twirls you around.
That is
Okay.
probably rather clunky.
Not necessarily. Give me a Dex athletics check for more of a reactionary. It won't look
Okay.
It won't look flourishing, but you could catch it and still spin, even if it's
Well, I was about to say that.
four. Yeah, she catches you off guard,
Nice.
but you have quick reflexes. You're not like slow to react.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah. I come back around and I'm like, thanks. I think. The symbol around her eye, can I roll an academics check for that?
That would be an intelligence academics check for you.
Ava, just from afar, I'm doing very much like what you would picture girls at a party do when
Yeah.
they kind of like suddenly make eye contact with each other when something's happening. So like Ava will try to make eye contact with Ollie at some point, like, and then like Dakota, like she's like she's trying to do that, you know, like the queen of the party thing where she's trying to make the eye contact as this is happening. Like, do you see
Okay,
this?
I rolled a 2.
So with the 2, Egyptian god. You don't know which one. You can't remember, but it looks like a hieroglyphics that you've seen in the books you've read.
Cool. I will do what I said I was gonna do, which is take her into the concert.
Okay, so you start pulling her into the crowd of people. Meanwhile,
I
Ava
make eye
starts-
contact with Ava.
Ava's
with
on.
Ollie.
You see Ava making her way to Ollie. Ava, halfway to Ollie, though, you get a hand on your hip. You spin around, and there's Brett.
Oh, Brett.
An extra button has been undone. You see some extra chest hairs pulled.
Oh, it's getting to be that time of the night, Brett. The buttons are coming off one by one by the time the party
Banana
We're
ends.
starting to learn the character of Brett.
Yeah.
He has unfortunately for you, he has an incredibly handsome smile across his face. As he spins you around, he pulls his hand from your hip from there and actually flicks his own hair back almost effortlessly. And he's like, care for some dancing?
Of course, with you always.
As he smiles to that, he pulls you close, really close, and starts to dance. And as you guys are dancing and whatnot, somewhere, a couple minutes in, he actually pulls a third person in. And he begins to make out with them, just kind of ferociously during the music and whatnot. But you watch as the making out quickly becomes feeding for Brett. And he makes a gesture for you to join him and also feed off of this person. Do you?
Ava will happily.
It's like a
indulge.
point of hunger. You get 1 point of hunger unless you want to drain them even further.
1 point's fine.
After he drinks full from them and the wounds are closed, he actually goes from licking the wounds to go to try and kiss you. Now, how does Ava respond to Brett clearly trying to make a move in the middle of this crowd?
Oh, Ava will kind of put a hand on his
No. Is it a hand or is it a singular
A
finger?
single finger,
on
yeah,
his
a single
lips.
finger
So he
on his
goes up,
lips.
his eyes are closed, and he thinks he's being super smooth. And honestly, if you weren't Ava and you were immortal, I mean, this is
Yeah.
hot and out of the movies.
Yeah.
But you open your eyes, you kind of almost sixth sense feel it coming. And you're like, all right, as soon as he moves up from his lips, his last bottom lip drags across the neck of the victim before it purses into a kiss. You simply go and just put the index finger on his lips, and his eyes open, and he makes eye contact with you.
The night's just begun, darling. Please. Let's at least dance a bit more.
And as you kind of gently push him back, he looks incredibly dejected and will unsubtly start dancing away from you.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's such a Brett thing to do.
Yeah. And,
The
now
rejection
feeling
finger guns.
sufficiently grimy,
Yeah.
The things I
but
know.
less hungry. You got to at least be less
Yep.
hungry. That poor person kind of started drunkenly stumbling back into the crowd. And you saw Brett kind of smoothly take the drink he had and just jam it into that person's hand and kind of push him into the crowd. You both go your separate ways and you continue back toward Ollie. Eventually, you and Ollie get together. It was like a 5-minute event. It wasn't that long, but it was long enough.
That looked painful.
With Brett, it always is.
I like the Go Away movie did the shameful finger guns exit.
You know, he tries to take the rejection well, but he really doesn't.
A for effort, I guess.
Speaking of, did you see Dakota's new partner that she's dancing with?
Yes, and I told myself that I wouldn't get jealous.
I too am like,
I've never seen her before, but she is stunning.
If
Very
Ava
much so.
Toreador is even like, dang, she pretty.
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree, Ollie. I've never seen this person at any of our Elysiums or anything like that, so I'm quite intrigued.
During all
Okay.
of this, sorry, go ahead.
I can't quite get a pin on, what she might be, right? Like, looking at you, you can tell, you're a Toreador.
I'm
Looking
making
at Jackson,
notes.
you can tell he's a Ventru, right? But you can't tell with her. I don't know what she is.
I too was kind of puzzled at that. I can't put my finger on it.
All the while, by the way, I'm sure most of you have been keeping an eye on the other kindred. Kevin has been by Kathy's side pretty much the whole night, just talking to Kathy all night long. While the two of you get together, the camera kind of blurs through the crowd, short distance, and we pick back up with Dakota and Boss dancing. But there's been talking happening. I'm curious how the conversation has gone so far.
What kind of concert is this?
They play like a bluesy.
Oh, okay.
So remember, their audience is you are surrounded by young hipsters and boomers.
Ay.
That is their audience. They're fans from the '60s and they're new fans now.
So it's like a Dead concert.
Yes.
Or like Fish.
Sort of.
Yeah.
okay.
That's a similar
Okay.
audience, not a similar sound, but a similar
Sound,
audience.
but a similar audience,
Yes,
right? Where you got
very
like the old,
good.
the old, and then the
And the
like
new.
new
Yep.
hipstery crowd.
Incredibly good comparison in audience. You're looking at a very fish-ish audience.
Okay. Well, we probably stand out then. Okay.
You do a little bit. Oh, so back to it's Dakota.
Yeah, so
sorry,
it,
Dakota,
we're like dancing
you kind
or
of dance in
whatever's
awkward
happening.
silence between the two of you. for a
No,
little
Dakota's
bit?
like, so how'd you hear about the concert? Oh, I'm interrogating the shit out of her.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's just like, oh, I hear rumors, people say things, and well, if there's a party, I want to be part of it.
That seems
I
like a-
throw some parties of my own, if you're interested in joining.
Oh, we don't get invited to parties much.
Well, maybe we should change that.
We're trying. I gesture.
So this is the type of party you like, then?
This is the only party some would say we have successfully thrown.
I see. She says, kind of a little judging, not hiding that she's judging.
Right, sure, great, wonderful. Yeah, it's fine. I get that a lot. But is this my kind of party? No.
What is your kind of party?
Bonfire, beer, stories. Talking instead of yelling.
But you do like music, no?
Oh, very much.
What kind? Is this it?
Sure. Because nobody's ever asked me what kind of music I like, or like, do I have opinions on things? I guess Dakota's like, I prefer silence, actually, most of the time.
But music makes you move your body. It is very nice, no?
Yeah, some would say. I gesture to her, and then I gesture to me.
One's more naturally dancing than the other.
Maybe
yeah,
not.
all right.
Maybe not. Who knows?
Maybe not.
You, I know most everybody here, but you, just happened to stroll in.
Actually, I don't know very many people here. Some from rumors, some, because people talk. I see your friends
Right
looking
now.
at us over there, right?
As she nods so subtle, like looks over and there's Ollie and
I'm
Annabelle
like, Ollie, look
being
this
like,
way.
They're, curious. We don't get a lot of new folk around here.
Well, perhaps maybe it's this time we have new folk.
Maybe. When this is all done, the music is done, why don't you hang around? I'm
Ooh.
sure
Is there
they
an after
might like to
party?
meet you.
I do love a good after party.
The after party is the party.
All right then, I will stick around. Mind if I bring some friends with me too? I'll show you what a real party is like.
I don't doubt it.
As she like pops open like this thing on her ring, sticks her like long black claw in it, and just like sniffs something.
Yep.
She offers it to you.
No, thank you. Dakota has watched far too many teens die on trains from drug overdoses. Hard pass. Sure. Bring your friends as long as they don't cause problems. We shouldn't have a problem.
I assure you, they will be lots of fun. Probably more fun for you than it is for them.
Like I said, I don't question. I said as long as they don't bring trouble. Trouble? They're welcome.
Depends on what you think trouble is, but
I love these answers so much.
Okay, I'm
Dakota
gonna
just,
dance
like-
away now.
Okay, so Dakota
also
dances
finger
away.
guns.
Yeah.
No trouble. Now I get the shameful finger guns.
Yeah.
Okay, I get the shameful finger guns this time. No trouble. I point at her one more time.
she
Gives you
like
the-
does a like like
And
a
she
thing.
mingles in and begins dancing with others around her as
Yeah.
Dakota makes her way over to Ollie and Ava. The three of you like pull away from the crowd and just go talk.
Oh, you know, we
quietly.
could go up to the projector room.
Yeah,
and
you
look
guys
down
have
on
another
everything.
room. Yeah. Into the projector room you go. It's not a far walk. You can still hear
Right, it's
everybody over
upstairs.
there. Of this, the loud live music
I
becomes.
imagine Dakota's put like a handwritten sign on the door that says VIP.
Yeah, and you go to the VIP room where you can still hear, like I said, the music becomes slightly muted, but it's more that the doors rattle against the walls than anything else in this room.
So, made a new friend, Dakota?
I'm not. What was the name, Maggie?
Bass.
Bass.
all you need.
Okay, just have it.
Yes.
So,
I
an
wonder.
Egyptian reference along with the excessive makeup around her eyes.
Well, she's not one that I've seen around.
No, but she's definitely kindred.
Did you find out who invited her, or did she just kind of word of mouth?
Well, heard a rumor here. Person told me there. Response made me feel like she probably didn't want to give it up. But we did tell Rhonda to spread the word, so we don't know how far that goes.
I see.
She has some friends.
Oh.
They may stop by for an after party. Let's see if we can't disappoint them.
Oh, great. I've been to my share of interesting after parties. So, with random people that you don't know that show up and you just have to hang out with them. So, cool. I guess we're doing that after this.
It's like your mortal life just keeps coming
Reconsider.
back.
Yeah.
You should reconsider some of those things. This might be one of those reasons why your dad's gone missing.
I know, Ollie. I know. I thought I left those days behind me, but clearly,
You can't help it. People suck.
yes, it's true.
Well,
Back into the
said
concert.
everybody. I was about to say we said everybody was welcome.
Yes, that's true.
I'll be honest, this is definitely not my scene. It's nice. The music's real good and all, but
Is it?
I'm kind of. I mean, it's not bad. It's certainly not the worst I've ever heard.
Sure. Well, I guess okay.
Oh, come on, Ollie. Did you even dance yet?
Listen,
Oh.
if me not dancing stops Banana Hammock Brett from coming up to me with less buttoned, then consider me a brick fucking wall. I won't be moving at all.
There's only one button. It's still early.
And for that matter, I'm keeping my eyes peeled. Like I know you two do much better at the mingling thing right now. Some of you, well, technically both of you are much easier on the eyes than myself. So I'll stand stoic and make sure that there's no appearance from certain kindred at our doors. Plus, I'm eager to see if any.
Invite them.
I see. We should at least, say hi to our usuals. Kevin seems quite busy
Yeah.
doing his own mingling.
I'm waiting to see if any Nas show up.
Yes, we haven't really
You think
Scene.
Snitch will come?
I don't know, but I figured being out in the open as long as I have been, it might give him a little, I don't know, gusto, some courage or something. I don't know. I've not exactly been super friendly with many of them.
I don't think what Stitch lacks is gusto.
Besides, maybe
It's a fucking moral compass. Anyways.
what about the what's her name? I can't remember now. I just met her, the painted lady,
Painted
right?
lady.
Edith.
Edith.
She might show up, right?
She might. If she's not busy with her own business.
Wait. I hadn't- excuse me, thought of that.
Any of you have sense the unseen?
I do.
Well, since that's not your scene, and I point down to the mingle of bodies, we could go get a drink at that snazzy bar you installed.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Let's go do that. You want a drink, Ava? You need something to kind of keep you on your toes.
If I could, I would, but I'd be happy to join you both. I'm always ever ready to drink, quote unquote.
And
Let's
you
go.
all mingle back into the party. Ava, I do need a wits auspex roll from you then, if you have sense the unseen, please. However, Ollie and Dakota, and Ava, you all notice Kevin Jackson is no longer talking to Kathy. However, he's speaking with somebody else. Somebody you didn't notice enter before. He could have entered more recently while you were in the other room, or perhaps he was just too plain to notice. But a man, just a simple, plain old man with round glasses, kind of just a button-down shirt and slacks, is just who's talking up. He's maybe 5'3", 5'4", to Jackson. And they just seem to be having a rather plain conversation over in a corner of the room somewhere. I'll wait for Ava. Oh, and Ava, okay, with
Oh, yeah,
four
sorry,
successes,
yeah,
as
roll
you kind of
four.
make your way back in, there is somebody that you notice that kind of ticks off of your radar. It's not Snitch, unfortunately. It's not Rudy. It's not any of the ones that you would have hoped showed up, or Edith. But in the corner, with his hood pulled up, kind of out of the way, just hanging out near the entrance where the stairs to where the VIP lounge goes up as well. As you kind of like look around, that might be Needles.
Oh.
Oh, he's got his he's got his cover on.
Yeah,
Aw.
Yeah.
You're the only one that can see him because he's invisible, right?
As we're
And he
walking,
seems to be vibing in the corner, just kind of like gently bobbing his head to the music.
as we're walking to the wine bar part, and I'm just kind of taking my usual like look over the party and see who's around. I do notice him, and I'll like kind of elbow Ollie a bit and gesture over. I think
Ollie, okay.
one
so I
of
was
your
saying,
friends is there.
You don't have sense the unseen, Ollie, so you don't see anything.
Can you
Oh,
tell me who and
sorry. I
where?
think he's using his little, the thing that he does that you.
Oh, yeah. I got you.
He's in the corner there. I think it's one of your friends, the little scrawny one, Needles.
They're all kind of. Oh,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right.
Not well. I guess we. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be here, but I guess he's more than welcome.
all right. Well,
Said everyone.
why don't I bring him a drink?
Yeah, if you can see him out.
Is he standing next to anybody in particular,
No,
or
he's
next to
just-
something?
You
Kinda-
said he was next to Jackson?
No,
No.
he's in the corner, like
He's in the
away from
corner.
people.
Oh, okay.
The
He
one
seems
next to
to just-
Jackson's a plain looking dude with round glasses, bald. with
Okay,
like
that's
kind of like
what
that
okay.
Picard haircut.
He's just kind of in the corner, by himself, just chilling.
All right. Yeah, I'll bring him a drink. Thank you.
So you'll kind of grab what do you grab for a drink for him?
I don't know actually. I'm not really sure. I'll probably just grab something like some kind of like light cocktail, right? Like maybe like a whiskey sour.
Sure. You grab him a whiskey sour.
Bring him a
and
sex
make
on
your
the
way.
beach. Like just a
There you go.
pink cocktail.
That sends a
Those
message.
are really good.
Ava and Dakota, while he does that, what are the two of you going to do? Any of you try to approach Jackson at all, or do you just kind
I
of
would like to, but I don't want to interrupt him if he's having a conversation with someone. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do you try to catch eyes with him at all? Because he's been having conversations all night.
Well,
So
he ain't
how-
gonna catch Dakota's eyes, but I kind of smack Ava on the shoulder. I'm like, get his attention.
Yeah, Ava
So
will
you
try
were eventually
to.
trying to catch his eyes.
Yeah.
Sure. Can I get a just from you we'll just call it a give me a charisma performance. You're more just trying to catch his attention.
Okay, 1 moment. Let me find performance. There it is. Oh,
Oh dang.
4.
2 10s or 2 10s.
Oh, 2
Damn.
10s. Oh, good
So-
God.
You look up and it's like at the moment he was clearly either getting bored with the conversation or kind of looking up to just break the eyesight. But as soon as you both look up, you immediately catch his eyes. He actually smiles, puts his hand gently on the shoulder of the person he's talking to and waves you over.
I think we're being summoned, Dakota.
No, I think you're being summoned.
You're welcome to come with.
This is your haven, your domain, Dakota.
That's true.
By
But
law.
Dakota still nudges Ava forward.
Ava
Where you go,
will,
I follow.
make the approach.
Sure. So you kind of make your way through the crowd. People part for you as they see you. It's moving.
She
through
makes it
mortals
so
is-
much easier. See,
It
I'd
is.
be
No,
like
she
bumping
moves. It's like
into
the Red
people.
Sea. Exactly. Like it's very simple for her. She says a few words and people move. It's a very simple walk over to Jackson, where as you both approach and he sees you, Dakota, he smiles and says, "Please get closer. Like just get close enough where he doesn't have to shout, so that all of you can speak." And as you're all close enough, he actually leans in. He's like, I'm so glad I caught your eye. Good timing. This is Artie. Not Artie.
That
what's
was
the
it.
name? Yeah, that was
Alan?
the guy. Alan, the guy you're looking to have a meeting
I
with.
had a
Alan.
feeling.
Alan.
Yeah.
Alan. He's like,
Right.
this is Alan, and Alan reaches forward. Pleasure to meet you. And he to you, Ava, first.
Very nice to meet you as well. Ava.
Ava Heloise, I've heard quite a few good things from Mr. Jackson about all of you, actually. And he looks to you and he's like, then you must be Dakota.
In the flesh.
He reaches to shake your hand as well.
Yeah, Dakota will shake his hand, not.
Yep, and then there's and he actually will give a solid handshake to you. And he looks kind of just about, and isn't there a third, a Nosferatu? Is he hiding?
He's mingling, if you can believe that.
He raises an eyebrow and just shakes his head. I don't know if now's a good time to talk business, but if the three of you would have time later this evening, I would be happy to speak investment.
I think we'd be happy to discuss things. Host party. Enjoy yourself first, and then we'd be happy to discuss things.
He smiles and he nods. He's like, oh, I'm familiar with Baby Chorus's music. It's quaint.
It is indeed. This is our first big event here at our new haven, and we knew Baby Chorus was going to be a hit. So I'm glad that you are familiar and enjoying it.
He smiles and he's like, you could have done worse by when you hired Kathy.
Of course. Well, nonetheless, I think that I'm very happy to discuss our business tonight. There's much to discuss. And I hope that you enjoy the haven at least and enjoy our little neck of the woods.
Thank you for your hospitality. It's then he kind of just smiles. It's wonderful even before anything is invested.
Of course.
And he does kind of go back to Jackson, and Jackson smiles to the two of you, kind of like giving you a departing smile, like kind of giving you like he's got to go back to business talk, and he's just wanted to make sure you were aware that RDC or Alan is here.
This is the Alan's. Yeah. This is the man. Okay.
And so the camera will then blur to the other corner of the room, where we see Ollie taking the last few steps with the drink in his hand, standing next to nobody, leaning up against a wall.
Glad to have you with us here.
There's a little bit of silence.
It's all right. It's all right. You'll point it out.
Sorry, I know I wasn't invited, but I heard
Hey.
music.
You were invited.
I didn't get an invite.
We didn't go ahead and invite a bunch of people specifically, only the ones that were going to cause trouble for us, but we put an open invite out to the Harpy.
Oh well, he goes that'll do it. And Ron don't. She doesn't visit me. I try to stay out of the politics and shit. But I heard music a couple blocks out, so I just came to check it out, and just thought I'd stay for a little bit and enjoy it. Been a while since I've been to a concert.
Well, why don't you actually enjoy it?
Oh, good.
You ain't gotta hide.
Sure. I'm more comfortable staying hidden if that's okay.
All right.
But
Do you mind if I
am-
stand here a while though?
Yeah. He gently taps. You can only hear a gentle like tap on the wall. I place a warm spot for you right here.
Well, I'm gonna set this drink down, and I know what happens when we pick things up while we're like this. Nobody's gonna see it disappear, maybe myself. But it's whiskey sour, and you struck me as someone that might need a little bit of a cocktail.
Do you place it on the ground?
Yeah, and I'll just kind of like stand in the way of it just so nobody can see that happening.
It does vanish after a few moments. Thanks. I never had one of these before.
It's a whiskey sour. It's light, at least to get you started. And if it's something that you want to try more of, I'd be happy to introduce you to a variety of drink types.
There's a kind of a couple beats of silence before you hear him go. Oh,
It's a little sharp, but it's got a nice burn after.
Oh, I don't hate it. Thanks. Thanks, man.
Yeah, next time I'll put some grenadine in it, something to lighten it up for you.
Thanks. And you hear another couple beats of silence before you just hear.
You know where the bar is, right?
Yeah.
Please, Needles, feel free to come in anytime.
Yeah, you mean that?
Seriously, anytime.
Thanks, man. And you actually do feel like a gentle, like, grip on your sleeve.
Yeah, if I'm not there, it'll either be Haley or Grant. And they're good people. Grant is a lot closer to the cuff than Haley, but if you just tell them that you're a friend, they'll probably know.
All right. Well, thanks. That means a lot. I don't have
If
many
you need
friends
anything-
out these areas, so.
If you need anything, just come tug on the sleeve. If I feel anything weird, then I'll know that it's probably you. Especially if you need to go somewhere that's a little more silent. We've got a VIP lounge, and I'll take you there so we can talk.
He gives you kind of a pat on the arm. And as you begin to walk away, he's like, hey, I do have one question.
Yeah, sure. What's up?
Have you heard from Crowley at all?
Crowley's been gone a while. He left the city, and
Yeah,
well,
no. Just curious.
I don't know if we're ever going to see him again.
Yeah, he told me that. I was just curious.
Why did he owe you something?
No, he's a good man. He helped me speak to family members.
And from my understanding, Crowley was just passing through, and now he's just looking for his kid.
Yeah, he made that clear. I was just hoping maybe.
You know, he's not the only one in the city that can do that.
There's others that can do that.
Yeah, there are others that can do that.
You know him?
Maybe not personally, but it's only a matter of time. Eventually, in our world, you kind of got to rub elbows with a number of people.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, man. That would be awesome. Yeah.
Sure. And you can just call me Ollie. Everyone else does.
All right, Ollie. Will do.
Well, enjoy the drink. If you need another one, I can get you a couple.
And we see Ollie kind of mingle back into the crowd.
Yeah.
The show goes on for a good 3 or so hours before eventually everything begins to wind down. People begin to file out, and the show was a hit. The place stayed full the entire time, and it was when you watched Baby Course play. It's not something I really brought up, but now after like all the meetings are done, you actually have time to sit and enjoy it. They may not be your favorite music type, but they are enticing. The show they put on, if they had a bigger budget or wanted a bigger venue, they could explode. The talent behind Damien, the talent behind Nero, the way they play their instruments, and then when Kathy gets on stage and she also plays guitar, the way she plays guitar, there's a moment, Ava, where as you're watching, you're not entirely sure if she flourished with supernatural flair, which would be an insane masquerade breach, but the way her fingers travel across that guitar seems unnatural. And at the same time, she is unknowably old to you. You don't know how long she's been around, but still, the fact that they're still playing shows like this after decades doesn't make any sense now that you watch them. But still, the show kind of filters out and people leave, and eventually a few lingering folk. Brett says his goodbyes, but had something very important to attend to, and so didn't really linger around all that much. The band Nero is the first to leave, followed closely by the others, and Damien and Kathy last.
I was about to say I would like to speak to Kathy before they go.
Yeah,
just to touch,
absolutely.
touch
Yeah,
base
she would
with
touch
them.
base with all of you anyway, as people are leaving and Damien's packing up his guitar, we'll say. Jackson is in the corner with Alan somewhere having a conversation, and Boss is actually still mingling with what little mortals are still around. But Kathy will approach as people are packing up, and she's like, well, that was a show well put on. Excellent. That was, we could call that a success, I think. And she smiles. Approaching all three of you, I assume the three of you are kind of grouped together.
Yeah. If you're happy, we're happy.
We'll be making sure we get money counted out, and within the next couple days, your portion will be sent to you. We'll have somebody send it over.
Wonderful. You know, since you enjoyed yourself so much, maybe you consider coming back again.
If you're looking to put on another show, we would love to put on another show here. This is our kind of place.
As long as we're a venue, you think about it first.
She smiles. Everything's going well. I can see a lot of potential for this place. Let's just leave it at that for now. I'd rather not think too far ahead. You never know what the next night could bring. But I am eager to continue this relationship with all of you. And she looks to Ollie and Ava and then back to Dakota. It was a pleasure. And she reaches to shake Dakota's hand first.
Yep, of course.
And then each goes to each one of you, obviously. If anybody has any last words, now would be the times to say them. But if you're not, she simply just goes and rejoins Damien before they also leave.
Got nothing.
Jackson, and so Boss is actually talking with people, not lingering like super close, but clearly not super far away. And then Jackson's standing with Alan in a corner somewhere, and his assistant that now is obvious to you because he's not mingling with the mortals. The three of them are all having a conversation. He looks up once you guys are done talking to Kathy. He doesn't even give you an option. He gives you the wave. Come, let's get business sorted. Do you have somewhere else we can speak away from? And he gestures towards the group.
I would imagine we've converted something upstairs.
I imagine so.
Sitting room, because they would have had to have like a backstage band area. It's not really.
Yeah, there's some rooms somewhere, I'm sure, that you've all been using. I imagine you bring him there. And as you march your way into the back room and as the door shuts behind you all, he looks to the three of you and he's like, so how did you enjoy your first event? I had the hiccups, I'm sorry. Oh, God.
Jackson's been drinking too much.
Trash, dude. He's trash. No, so he looks down to he looks to the three of you again, putting his gloves back on. How was your first event? Did you enjoy it?
I think it was a success.
Overall, yeah, I would agree with that.
I'm glad to hear it. Do you mind if we move past that now and speak about more important matters? He gestures to Alan, who simply steps up. He reaches over to Ollie. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet. My name is Alan.
I've heard about you, Alan.
Good.
Oliver.
Good to meet you, Mr. Hopkins. If you don't mind the formalities, I prefer to stick with that, especially when speaking business. I come with an offer. I'm sure Mr. Jackson has informed you of it, but I'd like to invest in this area. A new domain under Young Kindred can go a long way. This place, I imagine, is a place you'd like to hunker down and spend time the next few decades, perhaps, working on. And I have no doubt the three of you have it within yourselves to grow and make this place your own with or without financial stimulation. But as we all know, Chicago is a competitive place. It would do you well to walk in with a step up. I wish to offer you that step up and invest some help, shall we say. Not so much liquid cash, but there's not many construction places within Chicago that don't belong to me. And he smiles wryly. He actually looks to Ollie afterward. A lot of the work being done in your part of town over by within our territory is being taken care of by those that are under my employ.
That's fair.
We gain a lot out of something like that. What do you get?
Yes. I would get access, of course. Not saying free access like I can walk into your domain and say, this now belongs to me. But I would expect if meetings need to be taken care of and I reached out, you would put me on a priority list. And vice versa, of course. If you needed to talk to me about something, there would be a priority in needing to speak with the two of us. Of course, how much finance you're looking for and the kind of investment you're willing to take is something we can speak about if you're interested. But simple, basic, open lines of communication would be a very basic first step, if that makes sense.
certainly say that we're interested, to say the least. Do you have anything, any particular plans or sorts of renovation in mind for this area, or just kind of a general?
The domain is yours. I guess that question would be rebounded off of me and returned to your lap. I'm not so much looking to shape this place in my image, and more assist you in shaping this place into what you see as yours. I'm not looking for visualization or control, or to take over your domain in such a way. Not all of us are looking to become princes of domains and barons.
Then why?
Financial compensation.
Sure. Financial compensation is fine, but
Well,
we're
you
doing
bring us-
fine financially.
And as I said, I have no doubt that the three of you could turn this place into what you will. I'm simply offering you an accelerated pace, one to bring you up to competing standards with some others who already have had their domain for decades more longer than you. You do sit on a rather troublesome border.
About that.
It was troublesome. What makes it troublesome now?
Do you truly think the Anarchs are just gone? I fully expect them to retaliate eventually.
What
Could be
Anarchs?
10 years, could be 100 years.
Looks to Dakota and just kind of, you can't see the smile, but you can see that the mask is sort of like raised on his face. Tell me more about the Anarchs.
They're a pain in the ass. What do you want to know about them? You've dealt with them for the past few years, have you not?
From our understanding, there's not really much in line with their the current state of affairs.
They are weak right now, which is why it's a good opportunity to build defenses. Do you think they'll stay like that forever? The
Okay.
Anarchs control LA right now, but do you think the Camarilla is going to abandon LA?
LA's a long way away from our current turf.
The Kindred act the same no matter where they live.
Territorially speaking, I can understand that, but wouldn't you say that you're doing much of the same by coming to us with an offer?
Yes, it is the same in a manner of speaking.
The thing is, looking to Dakota, you're suggesting that they come with us potentially bearing fang and maybe even guns, threats, but you simply come with dollars.
He thinks for a moment, his brow furrows. Has your bar not been attacked twice?
Several times, but not necessarily all by Anarch.
None by Camarilla, is my understanding.
None that you're aware of.
If you have information about a traitorous Camarilla kindred and keeping it to yourself, that alone is worth punishment for you, friend. Are you sure
We
you
didn't
know what
say
you're
we
saying?
kept it to ourselves. I
Additionally,
think what
go ahead.
nope. My interest lies if we're going to expedite a system that oftentimes takes time for various reasons. Security is going to be a problem. And as much as I'd like to think my ferocious attitude can deal with that, extra feet on the street would be nice. And that is something that we could use some help with. And you're saying you have money to back.
He actually raises an eyebrow and looks up to Jackson, who just smiles. Companies under our employ don't come without their own security detail. And perhaps we should clarify, it's an expedition, but construction would still be a few years worth of work. We're talking about shaving off years as opposed to making it only a few weeks. If we just step away, and Jackson kind of steps in, if Ellen were to step away, funding would be in your hands. I have confidence in your abilities, but it would be at the pace that your coterie is capable of.
I have no doubt. Just looking at even what's being built over by the bar, that's not in question. But as Ollie has so thoroughly pointed out, we have a lot of enemies and frenemies and everything in between. And as we attempt to right that through gaining a little bit of domain and power, it might be nice to have the security. So if you're bringing that along with a little bit of an expedited process,
Security would be provided to Alan again, stepping up and taking over. Security would be provided with whatever company we end up going with. If you're looking for security post-construction, that's something we can work on and negotiate. I'm not seeing that far ahead right now. The first step would be negotiating a construction deal, an investment deal. And if you're not interested, no harm, no foul. This would not sour any potential deals in the future. I want to make that clear as well. I'm not trying to strong-arm you into blackmailing you to be my monetary slaves.
I kind of turn my back and look over my shoulder at Ava, and I'm like,
AKA, yeah, that's the.
I just say it like no, real quiet. I just make it known. And look at Ollie.
There's a lot to consider there. You know, it's wonderful that you want to sit down at the table and potentially negotiate some architectural adjustments, but we have to also consider what it means to work with you, what baggage comes with your name.
If any.
He smiles. Had you even heard of me before Mr. Jackson brought me up?
I don't know every kindred that steps through this city.
But one with my kind of power, you would normally know. See, that's
potentially.
I bring a sense of subtlety. Those who know of me because I deem it a necessity. And the three of you have had more influence on this city in the past decade than most fresh licks ever end up accomplishing in their entire unlives. Those who don't approach you and attempt to negotiate deals with you, I find foolish.
Well,
so my benefit is being one of the first in the door to whatever your future may be.
what can I say? We hit the ground running.
Some would say that's a good thing, some bad.
I bring deep pockets and connections to many companies within Chicago.
The money is nice, but I think it is also important, specifically for us. The connections are invaluable.
I would agree. The influence is definitely a top interest of ours.
As you said, the others around us, they have garnered their position through decades or longer. And that's something that we could do in decades or longer. So finances are a whole lot less of a concern, but those are the people that we get to rub elbows with. That matters infinitely more.
He actually grins, like in a pleasant way when you say that, looking up to Jackson. He's like, you're right about them. And he looks over to the three of you again. That's why most your age are dead by now. They still pull along their mortal desire for liquid monetary assets. They always want cash. That's where they think the power is. But three of you, I think working with you will be a pleasant experience for both of us. Think on it. We can
Fingers
meet
crossed.
Again. He smiles. We can meet again if you'd like. And he actually reaches into his pocket and pulls out a business card and slides into whoever's first open palm ends up taking it. When you're ready to discuss perhaps the next step, whether to accept or decline, please reach out to me. That number will connect you with one of my secretaries, and she'll inform me over the next night or so.
Very well.
We'll be in touch for sure.
He nods and smiles, and Mr. Jackson looks to Alan and ushers him, and they actually are both looking to leave at the same time.
I was about to say, I simply say thank you, Alan.
And thank you for all of your time and a pleasant evening.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr.
It's always
Jackson.
a pleasure.
To the three of you as well. And he just quietly leaves, leaving the three of you in that room. You can hear the steps down the stairs and eventually out the front door.
Look to the two of them. So that
He's,
went well.
A little shrewd. But
I like him.
Yeah, he
He didn't try to feed us any bullshit.
wasn't pushy.
And he answered our questions, what seemed to be honestly. And I'll be honest, I know we're sitting on some liquid ourselves, but it would be nice if we didn't have to spend it.
I want to try to get a little dirt on him. I want to know a bit more about this guy. There's one thing my old man told me was don't accept the first thing that walks through the door with an offer.
I agree. Let's just make sure we don't burn any bridges with Jackson. I might have seen a smile tonight. I know that he may be... This may not be what we expected or wanted. But if we are going to get to Jackson, we need to lift him and his resources up.
Something tells me, despite him saying that we didn't need to accept his offer, I think it would still be good for us to accept his offer for the sake of...
But I'm with Ollie. We should dangle him for a while. Make him really want it.
I agree. And
We need to remind him why we're valuable, and not just because of the area.
and not just because we're new.
If it came down to money, he could have just paid his squad to come in and wipe out the Anarchs and take the area for himself.
It's
But
true.
he didn't.
It's true. And, well, I don't know. I'd say that was a success.
I
We
think it
danced, we
was.
mingled. We did
As you kind of
business.
thinking, there is actually like the conversation quiets down, you actually hear mumbling conversation downstairs.
Not
right.
everybody left. All right, we still have people. All right, come on, let's.
The
let's
after
talk
party.
about-
Tall, dark, and beautiful is,
As you say that and you make your way downstairs, opening the door, there is Boss, surrounded by a few mortals.
Oh, mortals.
I'm gonna kind of like walk around to see you.
always thirsty.
Ollie, what'd you say?
They looking great.
I want to see who else is in the place. If there's
That's it.
anybody else that needs like kind of moved out or anything
No,
like that.
that's it. As you go around, it's just them left.
Okay.
Boss, you see the three of them come down the stairs and enter the lobby with
Oh, finally, the guests of honor have returned.
Ava, being as social and hospitable as ever, will head down first and greet herself very politely. It's very nice to meet you. I saw you the minute you walked in. Ava is the name.
And so to you, Bass.
So I see you brought friends.
Yes. I introduce all of them. There's like 7 people that I
Are
brought with me. I don't
they-
know who the other people, if there's other people here, but
just the people you brought with you.
okay. Yeah, I introduced them.
Are they part of your like she kind of like suddenly like your herd or something? Like she kind of like suddenly
Our group of friends.
yeah.
They're all
Like,
acting
it's like, are they part of your?
I don't
Like,
believe. Yeah,
What?
Dakota may like smack her hands down, like, don't
I feel like
do that.
the way that my friendship is with them, maybe one of them just kind of like loops their arm around one of you guys, and it's
yeah,
like,
sure.
and they're just like, we're friends. Like,
Yeah, so
like
you
they speak
what-
for
what-
themselves. Like, I don't speak for them.
So one of them actually will kind of like not stumble,
me,
but
they're
very,
all
very
just-
openly walk over to Ava,
Yeah.
slap his arm around her, presses his head up against yours, doesn't kiss you, just kind of presses. He's like, "We're friends, baby."
Friends, yes. Interesting intermingling of friends and
Yep. He kind of his arm kind of lurches off of you, and he goes over to just one of the other friends, and they pull out a small baggie of white powder and kind of just push it into the hand, and they walk over to one of the counters. You don't mind, right? And he pours it out, starts lining it up with a couple dollar bills in his pocket, and then you just see him go down and just kind of takes the entire line.
oh, those kind of friends. I see.
Do I see this?
Yeah, oh, they do it right in front of you. They don't even hide
Yeah,
it. They
they're
just do
not
it right on the
hiding it.
fucking counter, and he cracks his neck. Like, now, when is the after party starting?
I'm like, if I'm right there already, trying to like
Oh,
in
no.
clean
Here
up
comes
place,
Daddy Ollie.
and he's cracking his neck, I'm
Yeah.
gonna grab his limp little head.
Oh. Boss!
Hey,
How fucking old are you?
I walk
Boss,
over and
he's
I like,
Yeah.
I kind of will touch Ollie's hand and be like, please put down my friend. He did not mean harm. If you don't want him doing what he's doing, I can make him stop.
Yeah. Why don't you make him stop?
Or you could just ask him to.
Ava's just embarrassed.
This is
At
hey,
Ollie.
kid. This bar that you're snorting off of, it's meant to place things like cups, drinks, canisters, not your fucking chalk powder.
Yeah.
Okay, Dakota walks over now and she adds a hand and she's like, remember, it's an after party. And I kind of like, I'll take him off to the side and I'm like,
Do you put him down?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Okay, you pop him down. He's like, oh.
I just kind of like put my,
He
I'm
looks
like,
o-
I check him and I'm like,
Yeah,
Are
yeah,
you okay?
He's fine. He's just a little bruised, but he looks over and he's like, I thought this was an after party.
I did too. I will figure it out.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
hey, man,
I'm okay.
Oh, I mean, like, I think I'll be okay. God damn.
I look to Bass and I'm like, look, it's a total after party. Just, maybe hit the bathroom or something.
I see. A little bit of party pooper is okay. You can find another place to party if this is not your kind of thing.
Yeah. They are party poopers. They're not used to having these kinds of parties. It's been quite a long time.
Hey, but why don't you tell me the last time that you snorted chalk powder off of a bar?
Oh my gosh, it's true. You know what? It's been a while for all of us, really. We want to have fun, It's just like we're like old people now. We don't get to really do this kind of stuff anymore.
We're not
why are we
old
not
people.
having
Oh
fun?
my-
You have a
what the
party,
hell
you have a venue.
One of
and
the other
I-
friends, a girl who's like in her early 20s, she's like, I brought a bunch of weed if you need something that's just way less.
Bring it. You know what? Like, let's just do everything. Like, bring it all out.
You know what? When
Dakota
Ava
goes-
says that, he's like, well, I got more to share. Fuck. And he reaches out and he starts handing. He's like, are we
I don't think
counter
Ava
that?
can actually. Like,
Everybody
do any of this,
just
but-
gather your drugs. Ava, why don't we show them what this theater was actually built for? Hmm? And I point inside the very dark hall. Why don't you drop the projector and show them a vintage film?
Okay. Well, that. Well,
Yeah, Beth.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
Out of character, that would not be good for me, right?
I mean, it'd be bright. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
yeah, no.
You don't want to go in there. But the rest of them, before you even have to say anything, the friend's like, Moo. Beth,
You
we're
know,
just
so
going to go
that they-
home and we're
That
going
way
to go
you
party.
can do your drugs.
I don't think a movie is in it for us.
I think what Dakota's hinting at is doing it in the dark. Like if you want a party in the theater. That is what she's saying.
Oh, that's what you're hinting at? Now let's go see a movie?
No. She's
Okay.
hinting at like, why don't you take our guest out of here
okay.
into a dark space? Like
They'll go
show
into the
them
theater
other
and
half. Yeah.
shoot
Okay,
up
if
and
you
do what they
reiterate-
need
if you
to.
iterate
Yeah,
that when
that's
she's
fine.
like-
Yeah, no
Where
movie
it's-
playing.
Yeah.
In there and dark.
All right, whatever works, man. I want to get this party going. It was a nice, we had a nice rev up with that music and shit, but now it's like, you've never seen past party guys. I'm telling you, you've never. And he just like chuckles to himself. He's like, you guys are going to have a good night. And he walks. They all walk as a group into the movie theater.
Ava will grab a couple of bottles of like alcohol, vodka,
Yeah.
and like some glasses off the shelf,
Yeah,
and
make
some
them
bottles,
Yeah.
and
Let them
bring
make
them
their
back.
own fun.
Yeah, you just bring them
And-
back. You equip them.
Yeah, I'm like,
Everyone has
okay.
their own bottle. We're just yeah.
But eventually, that does leave the four of you alone in the lobby after you set them all up in the other room like toddlers with drugs and
There
alcohol.
we go. Yeah, they can make
But
their
it gives
own
you a
fun.
moment. You
I
actually have
look to
Bass by
Ollie, who
yourself.
clearly is not down with this, where his other companions seem to be, and I'm just like, look, we didn't mean any harm. We were told, and I kind of look to Dakota, kind of like,
I said they could
and I'm
come
like,
for
we
an
were told
after
that we
party.
were going to have a little bit of an after party. I did not know there were constraints.
No, yeah, it's fine. You don't know us at all, so you just brought a bunch of drugs in here, and you decided that you were gonna do them in our premise. It's not at all like I spent the last, 15 or so years trying to get drugs out of my friend's system or anything like that. It's wild. But you go have fun. Go fuck yourselves. I don't give a shit.
Whoa,
We,
did not mean any harm, friends.
Have a past, a history with
You
kind
don't have
and
to
addiction.
do these
No,
type
Dakota-
of things
no,
to
Dakota-
have a party.
yeah.
No.
Precisely. So, I think we should have made that clear, and I apologize.
It's
And in the future, you can just ask, Don't have to strangle my
Now,
friends.
that being said, we're a hands-on group. That being said,
Well, depends on how you're using your hands, I guess. Whether they like it or not, that is.
yeah.
So, mortal friends, wasn't expecting, usually when I hang around mortals, it's for a meal. I don't know if that's why you have them around or if they're just actually genuine friends, because that's,
I mean, we do feed sometimes, but only if they want to. I don't think of them that way, I guess. Not the same way that you do. I see them as friends.
Well, sorry, we're so rude with our introductions. We welcome you to our humble abode. Are you from Chicago?
No, I'm not.
I haven't seen you at an Elysium.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we haven't seen you at any of our previous Camarilla gatherings.
Oh,
Are
the
you?
bureaucracy of all of that bullshit. Do you really like that? That cannot be any fun.
I mean, I think it's kind of fun, but that's just me. I don't think...
Well,
That
to each their own,
reminding,
then.
I was gonna say, reminding boss that you are in the presence of a Toreador.
Yeah, I said, to each their own.
I was about to say, Dakota probably. You can see, no, she doesn't like it, but.
So, not a fan of the bureaucracy, I get it. Are you anarch, or is that,
I don't really like labels.
I see. One of those.
But, like I said, you do what you want to do. I just see it as... Why constrain yourself? I mean, look at you all. You're very powerful. You can do whatever you want. Who's stopping you?
Well, there are some things that do stop us at times from achieving our goals.
Willpower, mostly.
And getting our heads ripped off by higher people up the ladder if things, get out of hand. So, we
So
do
the
have some
bureaucracy,
order.
That is the problem. I see.
So, okay, you
You fucking fucked Ava's night up.
It was like gonna have this whole political discussion with you now.
Oh, go for it. I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, Dakota probably puts feet up on a stool.
This is the
I
first
gotta
time
hear this.
any kindred is pushed back on Ava's
yeah,
politics.
This is weird.
Yeah, this isn't exactly my scene anymore. Twice over now, politics and drugs. I hate to be the party pooper, but I got a shitload of Narcan and naloxone to go get for people that are actually struggling with opioid addiction. You guys have a great night. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Too late. Finger guns out.
She finger guns at him and says, and actually kind of walks over to you and talks a little quieter. And she's like, I'm sorry for your friend. I did not know. But whatever I can do to help, you let me know. I actually had some questions for you in particular. And I kind of look back at your companions, but at you. I'm not trying to hide that I'm talking to you.
Oh, you're speaking to Ollie then?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe another time.
Well then, I will have to find you another time. Where would be best to find you at then?
At a place of honest intentions and those that are up and coming. You can find me at the Lights Out Pub.
Perfect. It actually fits with what I need to talk to you about, so it will work great.
I am thrilled.
And so Ollie kind of opens the front door and disappears
Well,
in the streets, leaving
That
just
was
Ava
what I
to-
was going to talk to business about, but I guess we party, ladies? Or did you still want to talk more about...
the political discussions can be left for another time. I'm happy
I have heard
to.
that it is rude to talk about politics and religion and that kind of thing. And
Did she whisper religion? Did you whisper religion?
yeah, she whispers it.
That's the first time that you've heard any kindred bring up religion before.
Yeah, Ava does kind of furrow her eyebrows a bit at that. It's true. It's very rude to have those kind of discussions for first introduction. I realize that I've done this all wrong, and let's get to know each other first, and then.
And
of
again,
course.
I apologize to your friend. I did not mean harm. Had we known, it seemed like Dakota was good with what I was doing, so I did not know.
It's we all have our things, and it's quite all right. We'll make sure to be a bit more.
Mathis, what time of night is it?
Oh, it's probably like 3 a.m. now.
Oh, okay, so going anywhere is not really an option. Okay.
You have like a couple hours, yeah.
Ollie's just going over to the street dock.
Okay.
Probably not often talked about, but like every probably 2 or so months, he goes to the street dock
Yeah.
and picks up anti-narcotics like Narcan, Evzio, and various amounts of naloxone just to kind
The
of
guards at the front,
it.
even at this point especially, like all know you. You've seen the rotation of each one of them. You all know them by first name, and they, whether they know you by an actual name or just know you as whatever is up to you. But you make your way up. You make you collect what you need. I mean, you gave her a huge chunk of gold in the past anyway, so you're just kind of loaded up with what she's promised you, and you're able to take that out relatively peacefully. No
I
one
don't know how she gets it, but I also don't ask questions.
I was gonna say, I don't think you ask, right? Like you've never asked how she gets that stuff, and she offers a service that you see is necessary, and you take it back without an issue. Do the three others, do you guys all talk? Is there a conversation? Is it a genuine like party, and you guys just kind of spend the night jamming
I don't
out?
know that Dakota stays. She was not planning to stay, either. Dakota says, you asked me earlier. My kind of party. Ava, know where's to find me if you want a party like that. If not, Ava here will show you a really good time.
I think Ava will indulge her new friend for a little while, hang out with like her and her kind friends, and kind of for a little bit mingle. But eventually, maybe if it kind of dissipates a bit, would invite.
It very much seems like everything fizzles after like there's no interest in doing drugs and whatnot. However, now that you all are aware that Bass at least has questions for you, the following night will end up being at the bar. So I would like rouse checks from everybody as we kind of we'll move on to the next evening. I know we're about to go to break here in a minute.
I was about to say, y'all, I got a bio, because I'm actually human.
Ooh, crit.
You don't get hungry extra hard. Ollie gets a little hungrier. That's the only one who gets a little hungrier. So on the next rise of the next night, as everybody appears at the bar, we'll go to break just as the back doors open and Boss walks in, before there's really any crowd in the bar very early on, so that there's a place that is more peaceful to have these kinds of conversations. And presumably you don't bring your friends.
No, not for this one.
So that's what we'll pick up. We'll go on break, and then we'll be back in a few minutes.
All right.
Don't go
See y'all
anywhere.
in a bit. welcome back to Silence of Shadows, our Vampire the Masquerade show. We are on episode 46.
Longest running series.
Nothing's blown
Take
up
that
yet.
to the grave.
Other
yeah.
than Bub, I mean, Ollie's not happy about drugs going down in his newly.
It's great.
It's my favorite that everybody can tell the difference between every other's character, but how many times does Ollie get called Bub and Bub get called Ollie?
Yeah, that's true.
I was looking at you, and then I was trying to say Ollie, but I said Bub.
The best characters in games are ones slightly based off of your own self.
Yep. There's always
I
a
would
little
agree with that.
something of me in every character I make.
Same.
Yep.
Two.
Same. All right. Well, we'll pick right back up then. We'll say Dakota, Ava, and Ollie have been in the bar for a little while, probably like an hour or so. Grant's getting ready to flip burgers and whatnot and get ready. The place is already open, but not a ton of people are in. Just the opening hours of any night dive bar. As you walk into this place, this is your first time seeing this place.
Oh, yeah, I'm
First
looking
and
around.
foremost,
I'm like
it's on the,
looking
it's
at
back.
the paint on the wall, the chair. I'm like observing. So if anyone's looking at me, they're like, she's really interested in
Yeah.
the decor of this place.
There's not an awareness that you're even in the bar immediately until Grant, who's getting ready, keeps like looking out the window from the kitchen into the bar area, and then he turns out like, hey, there's some weird bitch out there just like sniffing chairs.
Sniffing
And he
chair.
just like looks to the three of you.
That sounds
I imagine Dakota's probably not in the back. She's on her stool. So she would see her come in.
Sure, you might have seen her come in, but
Because is that like a kitchen window, right? Like we can
Yep.
talk through?
you can
Okay,
talk
yeah.
through it. Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah.
you
Where
just
the chef
but so he turns
window
around to the
is.
two of you, Ava and Ollie, and says that.
Grant, I don't think people sniff chairs. I think you're exaggerating.
Girl, you ain't
That's a
lived out this way nearly long enough.
No, I promise they sniff chairs here. It's weird.
If they're sniffing chairs, be grateful that that's all they're sniffing.
And they're probably a regular.
And they might not think the chair's a chair.
Ava is
I say-
utterly.
I say kind of loud, welcome, Bass. So like they can hear me through the kitchen
Yeah,
window.
so yeah, there's
they
a
know
shout,
what the
yeah.
hell is actually going on out front.
Oh, Dakota, it is so nice to see you. I was hoping you would be here.
As you say that, Grant will turn back to Ava and Ollie and be like, another one?
Yeah, I don't
Yes.
Look, man, I don't make the rules. I'm just abiding by them. Okay.
Behave, Grant.
Can I ask, why are they all hot?
Behave.
No, I'm asking a
They have a
question.
long time to figure out what makes them hot, and then they master that art.
It's true.
Dakota's
And
like,
you won't make me one.
we're gonna fucking.
I'm trying. Why are you this way, Grant?
Let's go meet our new friend.
I'll be here. If you need anything, just shout. As you all kind of walk out and he's like left behind.
Okay, I'm not done making patties, all right? I'll at least be here till I'm finished. Jesus Christ, what do you want from me?
I don't ask that question. I just gave you an answer and you told me why I gotta be this way, boss.
I swear you're like having a wife with literally no advantage to it whatsoever.
Well, you don't come visiting often enough with your new home down the street there, big guy. So
I'm sorry, we're
second-
trying to keep them off the drugs out there.
I just
You're
want.
so
Do we need to
fucking
get
needy.
divorce papers on the table right now? If you want to be here when you're supposed to be here, or at least.
I'm laying out the window. Dakota, I'm gonna be a while.
And it just turns into.
Baz kind of waves when she
Dakota slides a full beer down to you that
Is the
has a
label
label
ripped off?
peeled off of it. Yeah, I slide it down because she's not had a single sip of it.
Yeah.
Welcome to Lights Out Pub.
Haley's giggling behind the bar as there's just bickering happening behind
Married
her.
couples, am I right?
did not
Dakota's
realize
like-
that he had a bride. I pop open the bottle and start drinking.
yeah.
Yeah,
Haley just
she's
mumbles to
beautiful and
herself
sees a
and
lot more action than I do.
trying not to burst out in laughter and just choking. Haley just you hear so go, Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Yeah, we're an odd bunch here. Bass, welcome. Welcome to the Lights Out Pub.
I stroll over to the jukebox and fawns it up. Boom.
Do we have some baby chorus?
Yeah, we said we put it in there,
we did
right?
say
Yeah,
that.
you did put it in the jukebox.
Yeah,
Do you play
there.
it?
So baby
right.
chorus kicks up in lieu of last night's events.
All right. Baby chorus kicks on.
As that kicks off, I think Baz kind of looks to Dakota and says, "Well, it wasn't my favorite type of music before, but after that performance, I want to say they did pretty good."
They are charming. I slide another full beer down. Hold on.
She drinks some more of it.
Patties eventually finish up in the back, and your bickering ends because it just has to. You have business to attend to.
Yeah.
So eventually you just kind of cut it dry, and with your final word, just open the door and just walk out. And Grant drops it the minute you walk through out of the kitchen into the bar.
Perfect. I'll probably come out like drying my hands off from, getting all of the various hamburger meats and what have you. Just
I
trying to.
hope you won the
figure out
argument with your wife.
Haley,
I don't.
Haley
win.
can't hold it back anymore. She bursts out and quickly hurries herself to the bathroom as fast as she can.
I'm not married. That's.
Oh, I looked to Ava.
It's a running joke. The two of them just are basically like a married couple.
I see.
Hey, Grant.
Well, I'm sorry
Say
for
hi
the
to boss.
confusion.
What?
Say hello to Grant. Grant, this is
He looks
boss.
out. He leans out. Hey,
Hello.
I know what you are. Don't worry. You don't got to hide it.
I wasn't hiding anything. But it is nice to know that you know.
He's jealous. He wants to know why you're so hot.
I did not think that, but
You're mixing my two different phrases. Said you're hot, and also I'm jealous that I ain't one of you. It's different.
You said you had some business. Why don't we show you our private booth?
I'm interested in your friend, though.
He raises an eyebrow. Then he looks over to Ava. You had your chance.
I love Grant so much. He's so funny.
Oh, you're so
Guys, we
fucking
can talk
peaky.
later.
I love it.
New friend Grant. Yeah?
Sorry, what was that, Maggie?
She's
Say it
like,
again.
perhaps we can talk later, new friend Grant.
I would love to.
She
Hey,
winks.
you remind me a lot of the people I used to hang out with.
Hmm.
He smiles.
Hey,
What?
back in the kitchen.
I'm
all right?
in the kitchen, motherfucker. I'm ready to get
Don't you
back
have
to...
something to do? Like count
Yeah, I'm
hot
making
dog
you a
buns or
well-done
something.
burger so you can choke on it later.
I look to Ava and I'm like, I understand now.
See, this is it exactly.
I just pat Dakota.
Dakota's like miserable.
And I like slide some bills.
Yeah,
Her
you
way
put some
for the
bills on the
beer.
table as Haley returns, and you make your way over to the private booth where the four of you file in and the curtain gets pulled shut. Shh.
Well, I like that feature. Maybe
Peace
that
and
is something that we
quiet.
can incorporate too.
Incorporate how?
I have an offer for you.
Oh, I look around at the other two like, man, people are full of offers.
Oh, you've gotten other offers.
Nope.
You're still working on the business part.
Plenty. We've received plenty of offers. Let's hear what you're after.
Well, I have come into recent possession of a bar, but there is some issues with it. One, that it needs to be refurbished, give it a little bit of a lift. And, I see what you do here, and I've heard that you have had to renovate a few times. Perhaps you can help me. Of course, you would be paid in full for your work. But there is a little bit more to it. I need discretion.
Okay. I have questions. Can I ask questions?
By all means.
Okay. Where's this bar at?
Man.
How specific would you like to be?
I think I'm fully specific about it, I
Okay,
suppose.
it's the bar that the Giovanni was murdered in.
The one we stole the jukebox from?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. That jukebox is very familiar.
yeah.
It wouldn't be familiar to you. It wouldn't be familiar to you.
it
You
It's
didn't
got
be
new
familiar to me,
music
though.
in it. I
Yeah,
had
no.
it refurbished.
You did, and it wouldn't be familiar
yep.
to her anyway, even if it was like looked
Yep.
the same. Sorry, but yes,
but Dakota
same exact
does.
bar.
Okay. You basically give the address, right?
That's Anarch territory, Anarch bar. That's what, or at least is.
Oh,
All right.
so you got that bar now. That's yours.
It is now.
We
There was a little bit of a kerfuffle, but it is now mine.
we heard about that.
Little bit. Okay, so you want us to go in and clean up that mess. There are companies
I
who
wouldn't call it cleaning up the mess. More like renovating it, creating something where people will want to go, party, have a good time.
But I thought last night you would have learned that we, in fact, are really kind of awkward. We don't draw a great crowd.
I'm not looking for you to draw the party friends. I can do that. What I'm looking for is someone to help me set up my bar, find furniture, that kind of thing. Reinstate it, make it look nice.
Well, we have had our fair share of experiences renovating places. Our haven, you should have seen it before when we first got that place. We have really done a great job with it.
Yeah, you should have seen the first one.
Surprising you would agree to purchase something if it was not pristine.
And who's funding this endeavor?
Who's funding it? Me, of course.
So you want our home decor expertise to renovate your bar?
Yes, that is what I'm asking for. Specifically yours. Ollie, if I may call you that.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Why?
Maybe.
Why?
Like
There's
I said
plenty of
before,
bars in
I have
Chicago.
heard rumors that you have had to renovate a few times.
Sure.
Perhaps there is a little more, though. You are right. I see you are a very keen friend. I have heard that, well, you might know what happened to my friend who used to own this bar. See, we were friends very long time ago. Centuries, one might say. But we had some disagreements. Not me and him necessarily, but our coterie. But I had heard that he was here and something might have happened. So I had to come see for myself. Because even though we are no longer coterie, I do care for him.
He was part of your coterie.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
His name is Marcus. Marcus Carmichael.
He was the Geo.
That's
Yeah.
the first time you've heard his name. You didn't know his name until right this
Well.
moment.
Marcus made a few bad business deals.
I could see that happening. He was maybe
I
not
don't
the
know.
best business dealer, that is for sure.
And he backed a few dumbasses.
Well, the Anarchs have their way of being dumbasses, for sure.
So tell me, you just want to start up a bar in his territory, where his once was?
Well, I have
For nostalgia's sake?
some other plans with this bar,
I see.
but that would require some other information from some other people. But I do not think that that is something that you will want to worry yourself with, unless you do.
Well, I'll be real
and I-
honest. Bless you.
Someone's
Damn it, Grant.
Grant sneezes in the background.
Too much pepper!
God, Grant, not on the burger!
I was just like smoke. He's like, I'm sorry.
So I'll be honest with you. I don't know anything about renovating anything.
You
I
do know
live
who
on a-
killed that guy, though, which is what you're saying. She wants to know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you all know.
But she hasn't asked hard enough yet for me to answer that.
Okay,
question.
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I did.
And,
I did say that you might know what happened to my friend. That's all I said.
Maybe Dakota's answer wasn't forward enough. The fact of the matter is, I don't know shit about renovating anything. I sit on that seat every time I come in this bar, and I literally live on a decaying boat. So I'm gonna leave that decision up to Ollie if he wants to.
That
go
is who I
into
came to talk
business
to
with you.
about the offer. The rest of you, I figured you might have some more information about my friend and what happened to him. I care about him a lot, and
Your friend's dead.
I figured on that front.
Yeah.
That is pretty obvious.
Well, as you presumed, he fucked around and he caught a case. And now, from all I've been told, he's been dusted.
Would you like to roll a slight manipulation subterfuge roll? You do know a little more than that.
I don't know how much more I know than that.
You know Rowan did it.
Okay.
Just to refresh memories, because one of his buddies was captured and gave up. Remember, you guys pulled that information.
Yeah. So then
No,
they made an attack, and they made an attack on the Anarchs.
Yep, and then the
Ventrue stepped in.
Camarilla came and tried to clean out the hunters, which is
So-
full.
Yeah. Your friends were a little loud.
Mm-hmm.
Some hunters got on their trail and made an attack. The Camarilla did what it does best. We just stepped in and made it their business.
As they tend to, I see.
Sorry, you lost your friend. Or whatever.
Chicago's riddled.
Do you maybe know who dusted my friend?
Maybe.
Are you looking to get revenge or just curious?
I guess it depends on what happened. If my friend was being an idiot, well, that is his fault. But if there's something more to this story, well, that might change my mind.
Let me skew your vision for a second. We had a kindred come through. Someone that was thrown on our doorstep. We didn't really have much of a decision for it. And while I was here, some information leaked about his past life, a family. And your friend, the Geo, Marcus, you said?
Mm-hmm.
He thought it would be clever to kidnap his family. And it made a big stink. Not only just around here, because we were left with him to deal with, but everyone else tied and associated with it. So it just created a whole lot of traffic in that area. Between the Anarchs being loose-lipped, accident-prone, between this person that was left on our doorstep to deal with. Marcus, he caught his case. Played a little too close to the cuff, and I don't even know what Crowley was, but Crowley ain't in town anymore.
As you get this information, boss, it's troubling. The one who pulled him away from you, the kindred that pulled him away from the coterie and even started the fracture of the coterie, was a man by the name of Suichi Saito. He promised him a lot of things in Chicago here, but every time you interacted with him, he was always sloppy. And it seems like the Giovanni may have picked up some of those traits as he spent years with him. That's not how he used to be. He used to
I
be
think I
very
know who's to
meticulous.
blame for this then.
Yeah. You got a name?
Maybe. He was, well, sore thumb, one might say. Bit sloppy, messy. I mean, I guess I kind
Did
of
it wear
can
a
be that way
green
too.
suit?
What was that?
Did it wear a green suit?
I looked at Dakota harshly.
He always
It
had
appears
a
that maybe you and I have encountered a very similar friend.
Well, it's fine. That thumb got chopped off, so.
Same situation as your Geo friend. Got sloppy, caught a case, is no more.
Well then, it seems that work is done, one might say. As she kind of like,
Does boss not give much a care of what hunter killed him off, or doesn't bother?
I think she still wants that information.
Okay.
He did say the name Crowley. Was that who he was referring to? Is the hunter?
I didn't say either way. Could have been alluding
Oh,
to.
okay, you left it
or
lingering?
around. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I think then she confirms. So this Crowley, is that who? Well, did the deed on my friend?
No. Honestly, the truth is, he got himself killed. It doesn't matter who pulled the trigger. But yeah, we're familiar with whom did it. And it's someone we're trying to find
It
ourselves.
always matters who has done the pulling of the trigger.
Yeah, we're trying to find him ourselves. He's got a lot to own up for.
Well, maybe with our powers combined, we can find them much quicker.
Yeah,
What do
sorry,
you
we ain't
say?
exactly the super friends.
Fair. But we are not super enemies either.
Also fair. How about this? When they turn up, I'll drop some info your way. I've got my eyes on the street for them anyway. We are constantly looking for them.
Or maybe
They've
you
done a
could
lot of
tell
wrong
me
for
a
us.
name and I will offer you some information that might be very handy for you. Information for information. You know, the way the
Bureaucracy.
Nosferatu do it.
I want to know how you found us. You came looking for us. You said a couple of names. Who tipped you off on our tale?
Well, they described you. It was quite a few people, actually.
Not
Said you
exactly
might
hard
have
to miss.
information that I am looking for. It wasn't too hard. I mean,
And
where your trail leads, I seem to sniff a lot of, well, dirt.
have you been announced in the city yet, boss?
Announce? What do I need to be announced for? Is this some kind of like regal ball or something? No.
Yeah.
Is this more of your bureaucracy? Are you Camarilla?
It is, yes. And we do tend to follow their laws as much as we can.
Mostly so we
The
don't.
lawful good vampires, yes.
It's mostly so we don't catch the bad end of a Camarilla stick.
Now that is something I never thought I'd heard anyone call me.
I can understand it. Lots
Yeah,
of people
we.
follow
You know
the-
what? You know what we do? We follow all the rules all the time, every day.
I see. And that is why there are little trails? I don't think so. I think that maybe the three of you have more up your sleeve than you're willing to say. And sure, you follow their little rules, as we all tend to do, so that we may continue living our little lives. Well, I wouldn't call them little.
The truth is, boss, I don't think you're following our trail at all. If you're following a trail, it was somebody else's sloppy mess, like Saito or your Giovanni friend.
Well, I
Just
will let
following
you
the
know
snail's
that
slime all the way
friends-
back to us.
The friends you make are part of your trail, too.
I guess.
I know this
But
all
we
too
happen
well.
to always clean up their fucking messes. That's why you're here. Because
Well, cleaning up is
those
good, I
paths
suppose.
has ended here.
So, boss, once you find out this information about who killed Marcus, what are you going to do with that anyway? You're just going to go off a sect of hunters?
Oh, no. I'm not that cruel. I offered them a chance to tell me what happened.
And
And if it is reasonable, maybe I celebrate with them.
they're
But if it
hunters.
is not, well,
they are not reasonable.
Maybe I celebrate with them as well, but in my own way.
You know what?
I'm curious. I know where this conversation, but let's take a mood moment. As the camera sweeps down, what are the expressions on this coterie's face? Everybody you've dealt with, even the anarchs to a degree, have followed some archaic, bizarre, like feudal law. Even for everything the anarchs preached to you, there was still a council. There was still somebody who held power. Who everything she's saying is like middle finger to all of it, and she's saying she possesses territory and anarch territory, but doesn't answer to the anarchs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dakota doesn't give
It sounds
she's-
to body
she-
a little bit.
She gives her Dakota doesn't give a fuck about her middle fingers. That's not what she's interested in here. She could clean up this mess, this Rowan mess, for us. That is what is Dakota is deep in
Yeah.
thought at the moment. Dakota is plotting strategy at the moment.
Okay.
She
like
is
it.
disconnected from all of the strings we are attached to.
Ava likes reading people, and she's trying to read Boss, but she can't really put a finger on it. She's not really sure.
It's genuine to you, almost like as she speaks, how almost too honest she is. Like how she's very free with the way she talks, and she's, you know, some of the kindred you come across, it's almost if they say the wrong thing, they fear a bolt of lightning coming from the sky, killing them immediately.
It's true.
And here, the way she speaks, it's like nothing scares her.
Mm-hmm. It almost, yeah.
And the things she references, talking about archaic things and freedoms and religion, no Camarilla talks like her.
Actually, Mathis, I'm not sure if I can do this now, but Ava does have a point in iconography.
Yeah, you.
So am I able to like kind of figure
intelligence academics with a +1 for that specialty, as now you have you have a chance to really examine the artwork on her face.
Yeah. All right. 2, only 1.
You could spend a willpower and reroll 3.
Yeah, you know what?
Like.
Let's do that.
And I did give you the clue that I told you that it was some kind of Egyptian.
Well, you're crit right there. That immediately makes you crit. So you roll a 5. You immediately not only recognize the Egyptian iconography as hieroglyphics in reference to a god, but very specifically, are you wearing Ra? Do you have the Ra eye?
Yeah, that's a Ra.
Ra, Eye of Ra, which is the sun god. Which I don't know if that takes anything off for Ava, but yeah, it's the sun god Ra.
I need a moment of fresh air.
Dakota's just
like gets
just
the
walks
fuck up.
away.
Just leave. I need a moment.
Do you go into the back?
No, I go the fuck out front. I
Okay,
need
front.
fresh
Okay, you
air,
just go
or the alleyway. Like I need some fresh air.
Okay, go ahead. Leaving Ollie and Ava there standing in front. Does Ava say anything, or does Ollie say anything? There's just like
So
confusion.
something you've not been super forthcoming with. And something that has been sort of hidden in my mind since I saw you the first time.
Oh. Well, what have I not been forthcoming with? I feel like I have been the most forthcoming. In fact, I have told you everything. I've answered your questions. But when
Sure.
I ask questions, who has not been forthcoming? I would say the two of
I
you
think that
and your
we have
friend.
been all but forthcoming. We've told you more in a shorter time than it's taken us to answer to our sires and our own prince. Be grateful.
Perhaps you've been through a lot then.
You
I
have
can
no
understand that.
fucking idea. I'm curious, boss. I don't know what you are. I don't know what clan you're from. I don't know anything about you. You're new here. You're not exhibiting any of the traits. You're stunning, goes without even remotely looking at, but so is my friend here, and she's a Toreador. But you are cut from a different cloth as well. You're not a Ventru. You don't carry yourself as such. There's not all business. There's certainly something missing. You don't strike me as the blood magic-y type.
She's like taking this in, and with everything you say, she looks like really proud. Like she's like, oh yeah, keep the compliments coming. This is pretty much what she's hearing when you're saying all these things, and she's like, well, perfect then. That is exactly what I am. I am nothing. I'm not a label. I've told you this before, or maybe it was your friend who just left. But I'm not one for labels. I'm not one for being something that I am not.
All
I
right.
see that some people are, and that is okay. You can do whatever you wish. But I will say, I do have a history, if that is what you're looking for. And I too have been through some things. If you want my whole biography, well, we'll be here for some time, but perhaps with another round of drinks, maybe I'd be willing to loosen my lips on that front.
I just needed a little to lean into. It's very clear that you don't follow Camarilla, and you seem to happily make a mark on the Anarch territory without giving regard to them.
This is true. I'm neither of them.
So you're third party, then are you Sabat?
I am... Well... What I would like to say is... setting myself free. She
That
winks.
sounds very Sabat to me.
You know... I think there are... things that maybe you all have not been taught before.
We're young.
Perhaps you would like to come to my... Well, I do a little bit of a ceremony. If you're interested in hearing more of my beliefs and what I think, perhaps you can come to one.
Why don't you hit me with the cliff notes right now? Give me your 30-second elevator pitch.
30-second elevator pitch. What is this? Are we on some kind of marketing show? Is this like being recorded or something? You drive a hard bargain, my friend Ali.
That's something you'll come to learn about me. I do.
I like it. A little bit of a challenge. I'm into that. Well, most people, I suppose, are much easier going, I suppose. They like to be set free. But you're holding on so hard to being... I don't even know. What is
Human?
it that you're holding on to?
Holding on to humility. Desperately. We're confined in this cage, and some of us recognize it as home.
That is beautiful. Well, 30 seconds. Are you going to time me?
Yeah, go for it.
Have you ever felt like you're wondering? That you are uncertain about who you are and what you're supposed to do? And who you should listen to, who has the right ideas? Then perhaps you should join me. Because we don't care about that. It is not about who is in charge. It is about you. It is about living your life. Children, Cain. Setting free yourself and your spirit. Do you not think that you were born to be something more? You are gods amongst these people. And you have been bestowed upon you with gifts. And these gifts are sacred, and you should use them well. Otherwise, well, we have seen how many of our friends have been dealt with.
Well, I've
And
never
there's
thought
my
of
pitch.
I've never thought of our life in a spiritual way, but you've explained it so eloquently. I'm intrigued, to say the least.
Do you have any friends at Jonestown? What was the Kool-Aid like?
You do. I have rumors that he was a ghoul of somebody's. A ghoul who lost his sire.
Jim Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And I know
I don't
that
really-
too, right?
Oh,
I don't really know what to
Yeah,
make
to
of
say
it.
like that's the rumor that you know specifically, boss. It's like, oh, that's funny that he brings that up. Jim Jones was rumored to be a ghoul who lost his source of power, his source of blood.
I'll share that with them. I'm not afraid to. I freely offer that information.
No shit. Huh. That's bizarre. Okay, well, history lesson. Wonderful. I can't say I'm on board, but you've definitely hit a few keynotes for me.
Well, then perhaps you will watch a full sermon.
I've got a long life ahead of me, and I've got a lot of learning to do. So yeah, I think I'll at least tune in for one of your prayer sessions. Do I need anything?
Just
Like
yourself. And whatever else you feel you need. No one will
All right.
judge you. If you want to
Okay.
wear a skirt, go for it.
You are trying to free me in ways I'm not prepared for.
Hey, I hear that wearing them is very comfortable. It's not for me. I like to show off my assets.
There's a notable swallow under the mask.
When does Dakota come back, by the way? How long is she going for breath?
She doesn't. She stays outside. This
Oh,
conversation.
okay.
She has zero interest in this conversation.
Oh, okay. She just leaves.
None.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
this is the kind of conversation that riles her beast, right? This is that conversation that's like, say
like
fuck
frenzy.
it. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. It's that moment of like, you need to get the fuck out because she's saying all the things that make your beast come out, right? And Dakota has done a really good job of trying really hard to keep that under wraps and under check.
To be fair for the others, it's not rousing your beast. It's more intriguing curiosity. So
Yeah,
she
that's
speaks
what I
of-
mean. Yeah.
The
It-
first
it-
person
it-
who's called you children of Cain as well, which is kind of a weird term
Well,
to use.
Yeah,
Dakota didn't
I know that
hear
as well.
that, so.
Yeah.
I'll bring that up later.
No,
Yeah.
for sure.
That'll be a post-discussion thing, I
Oh,
think.
Does Boss kind of want to leave it at that then? Does she leave it there and let the kind of questions linger? Do the other two leave it at that?
Yeah, I think what she says after that is, well, like I said, I have some information. that I think would be helpful for you. I've answered your questions, and if there's more that you feel you need answers to before you're willing, well, to give me a name of this person that it is very clear you know. I am patient. I have lived many centuries. I'm willing to wait, especially if it's good information.
Boss, you actually here to get your bar fixed. I mean,
This is
information
true.
is one thing, but I can fix your bar easy enough.
All right, then.
Thread me a few $1,000, and I'll come through with everything that we might need: bars, stools, chairs, tables. Probably set you up with the whole kit and caboodle. Nothing
That
that you're
is very
not
cheap.
exactly
a few
gonna need.
thousand? No problem.
It's a lot of it's going to be repurposed, but people that go into bars aren't exactly looking for a high-end decor. They're looking to get drunk, lose a bit of their day.
Interesting to hear you say that. See, I had different thoughts about, well, I guess I always have thoughts about who I'm going to meet, especially with rumors and what people say, but
Something
not
you'll come
what
to
I expect.
find.
you're not
I don't
what
know
I
how long you-
expected.
I don't know how long you intend to be here in Chicago, but what I said is completely true with this place. It is a cage, and no matter how far out on the outskirts you go, the cage only gets tighter and tighter. So people here, they move to imbibe. They take in any liquor, any kind of drug that they can to sort of shake and disillusion themselves. And I'm just here to try to help them remember. So when I came unglued last night about the drugs, that's because people went a little too far.
When you start mentioning cages and people feeling confined, you see like her nails kind of grip the glass of beer that she's holding onto a little bit tighter, and her eyes kind of the yellowish orange glint kind of like shimmers a little, and her teeth, she kind of snarls.
Yeah, it can rattle your cage, but you try to operate around it. Chicago's a city of rats. You'll come to hate it or love it. Either way, you have to embrace it.
No, I do not agree. I
Good
think
luck.
the cages should be unlocked, and you should be let free.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. It's happening whether or not you like it or not.
Well, we'll see what
You
I
could
can
help
do
change
about
it,
that.
but let's just see what you're made of. Couple 100 years under your belt, you might actually be worth something. But here in Chicago, those 100 years don't matter until you get to meet all that really matters. Welcome to the streets of Chicago.
I did not plan to stay here very long, but it appears that
Sorry about you, girlie. You may never get the fuck out now.
perhaps I'm needed here more than I thought. You wouldn't happen to know, as she stands up and peels off the wrapper around the bar label and leaves it at Dakota's seat. You wouldn't happen to know McTavish, would you?
Heard the
Ava
name,
does.
but I don't know anything about him. Just heard the name.
I've heard the name as well. You know of him?
She smiles, opens the curtain, and says, "Again, like I said, when you're ready to tell me the name, I'll be ready to share information with you."
That's the face
Until
of a
then?
previous lover or a coterie member right there, if I've ever seen one.
Until then, I say, it is good doing business with you, Ali.
Yeah. Don't get lost in the streets, boss.
I will send you a key, and
And stay away from Brighton Park.
why's that?
No, you've heard. There's lichens out that way.
Oh, okay. Yes. Well, maybe me and them have more in common.
Good luck.
He nods. And,
And makes your way out the front door.
yeah.
Nice meeting you.
Dakota's popping wheelies out front.
Yeah, I was gonna say as you make your way outside, and there's Dakota doing some ollies and playing with her skateboard.
Nice. She claps.
Just what I wanted an audience. Bye.
Dakota goes inside.
No, Dakota keeps doing what she was doing.
Oh, okay.
It's making her feel better. Right? She needs to she has to physically do something to get her feels out.
I hope I did not offend you.
Nah, too much talk.
Perhaps you and I are more alike then. My offer still stands if you want to come over.
Come over.
Yes, we had talked about partying. Maybe it's just you, if your other friends are not interested in imbibing.
No, I appreciate that. But no, you didn't upset me.
Well, if you change your mind. She kind of tosses you a card, and it looks like almost like a tarot card. It has like some kind of Egyptian symbols on it. It's like gold trimmed. And she says, that'll get you in.
Good to know.
And she walks off.
Okay. She turns a corner, eventually
I think
leaving
she
Dakota
actually
alone.
walks off, and maybe you get a little glimpse of a cat
Wits awareness,
tail around
Dakota.
the corner.
I know what you're about to do. Wits
Yeah.
awareness, Dakota. And you're not doing, and I'm certain that I'm not looking for a high number here because I imagine Boss is being tantalizing on purpose.
Okay. Oops, that's not what I want. 3?
Yep, easy enough. As you watch her leave and she turns the corner, you watch for a moment as she takes a step, and before her back leg disappears, you actually watch it contort and turn the tail end up sprouting, and you see just this leap from the back end.
Yeah, and it's like a black tail with a little gold ring around the edge of the tail.
Dakota has so many things she would want to say. There are bigger cats in Chicago. I'll go back in and toss the card down. Our invitation.
To one of her ceremonies or whatever, maybe. She mentioned she has some sort of, I don't know, religious thing that she was trying to, push onto us or whatever the agenda is.
Here's the thing. I don't think she has an agenda. Not really. She, Ollie. What if we told her everything about Rowan? What if she, say, went looking for your dad? Why don't we just let her in on it and let her deal with the problem that we have long sought an answer for? Fuck her bar and her attitude. She is a solution.
Well, I'm a little hesitant to let another new face in on Rowan. I get what you're saying, though.
She doesn't have to know he's yours.
She's gonna ask questions, maybe not to us, but to others.
Fuck her questions. She wants a problem dealt with. She wants information. Let's give it to her.
Dakota, before she left, she also asked about McTavish.
Well, good luck with that, asshole. I've already asked around for him, and he's a super secret motherfucker.
Yeah, but we at least know where he potentially resides.
I
The
don't.
Painted Lady.
I asked Edith about him, and she said that if he wanted to talk to me, he would. But I'll go ahead and tell you there's no way that he's gonna... Well, I guess unless his and her goals align.
Maybe. Look, I can't help it. I'm one for gossip. I need to know what this new person is, what they're all about.
Well, go pull some strings.
That's what I'm
Like
thinking.
Brett's.
But I don't think even Brett knows who this person is. She's not associated with Camarilla. She's not associated with Anarchs.
You know what?
She's not associated with anything, it seems.
That's not true. By proxy, she is associated with the Anarchs, or was.
Yes, well...
I know who knows who she is. I might be able to answer more questions. She's sleeping in my train yard.
Is that a metaphor?
No!
Euphemism?
I hope not. I was at their train yard. No! Molly is staying in the train yard. She's set on the council. with
They were in the
Marcus.
same room though, and they didn't recognize each other. It seems it seems like Boss's only connection is to the Giovanni, and she only showed up on the Giovanni word of his
Or
death.
McTavish, yeah.
Well, you don't know how long she's been in Chicago. So McTavish could have just been a whisper or something she's heard. She seems to have lots of little birds.
Well,
Why don't we go ask Edith? I mean, it's not a bad idea. She knew who McTavish was. We start rattling that cage, and it'll come up, right?
yeah. I imagine the more McTavish's name comes up, the more hidden he's going to become.
Maybe. But maybe this is something that's following him. And you said he's a gangrel, right? Or is he a bruja?
He's a gangrel. Actually,
mean-
He's a gangrel.
I've never even seen him. Ava has more face time with him than I do.
Yeah, he's an angry old man who had a gun in my face the entire time I met him.
Now, when you say old, do you mean old like grandpa? Or do you, because you keep telling me I'm old too, and frankly, it still fucking bothers me.
I think he was like middle-aged, right?
Yep.
He's some middle-aged man. It looked like he was like a some maybe war veteran or something.
He certainly
I've
moved
already
with a
had-
purpose.
I've already asked Edith for an ear with him.
That's
Not that
true.
I wanted to talk about her, but I am interested in meeting him.
You
Well,
always go to
clearly,
the RP, right?
so
Rhonda's
is
been
our new
around for a
friend.
long time. So what if Rhonda might know something about her?
I think technically nobody knows that he's in the city because he
No,
kind
I
of.
meant about Boss.
Boss.
Oh. So I don't think anybody knows she's in the city either. She talked about being unannounced and that she didn't really care.
All right.
Then shouldn't hurt her feelings that her name's circling about. She did just come into a room with who
She
else was
did.
there last night? Nero and Kathy and Damien.
A lot of
She's
cameos
not
were
exactly
there.
laying low. You know what I mean?
No, she's hopping on opportunity.
Of
She's
course.
in town because the Anarchs aren't. She's hopping on territory, and she's looking for McTavish. He's also here on opportunity.
I think McTavish might be running from something. Or someone.
Oh, I think
maybe.
he's running towards something.
Maybe.
He just arrived.
Well, we got some strings to pull.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's very interesting. I can't pin what clan she's from. I couldn't help but look at her whole outfit and her makeup. And
Jealous much?
did what I'm saying is I have an eye for those things, and
Mhm.
I do.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
Dakota, actually, you did recognize the Egyptian hieroglyphic.
That's true.
The symbol, the
Yeah.
sun god Ra,
Yes.
and she's been around for centuries.
Well,
I don't
either
know.
Boss is incredibly confident, or she's incredibly stupid.
Well, she's
Might
been
be a
around
little
this
bit of both.
long.
Yeah.
I have an idea. I need to go to the library.
Oh,
Do you want to come?
I'm always happy to
Way
join.
better than a party.
Hey, you know who would know something about them? Whatever she is.
The
I can think of
Tremere.
someone. I can think of someone. Well, yes, with the Tremere, but I can think of another someone that happens to be at a library almost constantly.
Who?
This old man who's been around longer than our prince. Goes by Cretius. I bet he's got some insight.
Well, I doubt he'll want to talk to me.
But you know what was real weird? Real fucking weird about that conversation. Everything she said. She called us the children of Cain.
She did?
She
Yeah.
did.
We're all children of Cain. Why did she call us particularly children of Cain? Or at least that's the idea, right? That's heretical nonsense that everybody spouts when they monologue tirelessly.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe we could just go to one of her ceremonies or events to get more information.
I can always pull on an old string, one that been needing to pull on for a long time.
Which would be?
Sun Chi at the Chantry.
Maybe we could start with just a library. And
Wait,
if we
weren't
don't-
we were also already talking about going there and talking to what's her name, the ex-council member. What's her name?
Persephone.
Yeah, she's there all the time, from what I've been told.
Well, they're never gonna let me in, so... I've never even met Persephone.
You met her when you were standing in front of the council a couple times.
So I've seen her.
Yes, and you took some of her blood. in
Out of
season
game.
18.
We know
yeah.
that Persephone is on the up and up on some darker dealings in the city, right? Like Zach got her a letter stating that there were some things that were happening with.
Yes, she was fed information before certain, like Zach disappeared and so on.
Yes.
And she
So-
eventually stepped down from the council
Yeah.
willingly.
Yeah.
I want to know what's going on with this McTavish situation. If there is one thing that is for certain, we do now sit on the line of this unclaimed territory. As much as I don't want anarchs there, while they were there, it was at least somewhat more stable. Now it's... well, it's a free-for-all. I want to know what
All
they're
those
doing.
questions.
Okay.
So I'm
Look.
gonna try to suss out this McTavish situation.
Or instead of us, I feel like we very much often kind of try to figure things out on our own. I think we should just go right to the source. Let's just go to one of her things and just be more forthcoming and not so.
Yeah, see, that doesn't sound great to me because, like,
Me neither.
when I said, "Are you Camarilla or are you Anarch?" and she was like, "I'm neither," and then when I was like, "So you must be Sabat," and she's like, "We have some things in common," blah blah. It sounded ugly to me.
Vanessa
all right?
is neither.
She's a bit independent.
She might just be one of
Yes.
those, like, yeah, super not associate with anything type folk.
I don't care who she's associated with. I don't care if she worships Barbie. What I care about is why the fuck is she here in our hopeful soon-to-be territory? She's sniffing around. And we gave her an open invitation last night. She definitely wants our help, which I'm down with. But I want to know what she's up to, and I want to know what McTavish is up to. And I bet if we hold our breath just long enough, we're going to start to see more activity arise in that territory. We need to make this deal with Alan. Alan? That's his wife?
Alan.
name?
Alan,
Yeah.
yes.
We need to make this deal with Alan. If he can bring any kind of security during this time, it's gonna be helpful because I have a feeling we're gonna see all that bullshit.
We really
come
need to be
right over
talking
those
what we
fingers.
want. What do we really want out of this? He's talking about liquid assets, and we're talking about much more than that. We can get money. Not worried about money. I got heaps of it, and I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna be doing with it all, aside from handing it to other people that need it more than me. So what do we really want? What does Alan come to the table with, short of money?
There's a lot of security there that we don't have.
Security and...
Not just financial security either. Plus, what little bit of security we are paying for right now, we could put elsewhere. Like in Chinatown.
It's a thought. It's an idea. By the way, Alan's not going to put Kindred out there.
No, and the last thing we want is, say, it to be our kind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I kind of gesture to the two that are working in the kitchen. They have shed enough blood for us. Let it be somebody else's kind.
All right. I mean, are we in agreement then that Alan's the best way to go? Not just for us, but because it makes things look really good for Mr. Jackson.
Jackson, yeah, I agree. And just having that influence of a very powerful Ventru, I'm sure if we need something, we can ask him now that we've made a deal with him.
Yep. And speaking of really powerful people, I don't know how old she is. But you don't just stroll up into a closed city if you don't have some kind of power and connections. Or either she's been here hiding for a while and waiting for her opportunity. Either way, when we help her out, she's gonna owe us a big old boon. If she takes it, of course.
You're speaking in bureaucratic terms, something she does not give a shit about.
Great. Well, then she may not want what she wants bad enough. It's called negotiation for a reason.
Just something Dakota would know. Just the way she was talking, speaking about boons. She sounds more like Ollie in that terms where.
Great.
That kind of thing.
I don't care what she fucking calls it. I want equal payback. We're taking a big risk. And whatever business she's getting into, I imagine, is dirty and problematic, or she wouldn't be here. We may not be shoved up Bella's butt anymore. But it doesn't mean we don't have eyes on us.
Of course.
Well, then we're gonna run out of nightlight here. So why don't we make the most of this and start running angles? I've got a couple of places I need to drop off before, first light.
Yeah, maybe I'll just swing back by the Painted Lady.
It's not a bad time. Not a bad idea either.
Yeah. See if I can't, get some more information, and who knows? Maybe I'll let Molly in on the McTavish angle. She might be able to suss him out.
Ava, what about you?
Ava just wants to go right to the source, but she's not gonna do that.
She could.
Yeah, I know.
Ava, why don't you dig a little bit on Alan? Try to figure out what you can about this guy. You're better at this. You are the silver lining that they try to look for you. Nas and Gangrel in this city, we can't move those mountains where words can.
He did have a thing for Toreadors, apparently, so I guess I could try to get some feelers out and see if anybody else has had any dealings with him.
Maybe he has, a proper, business location you can go check out. He did say he had secretaries.
Right. I can look into that.
All
See
right.
what I can get.
There's a lot of people want to do a lot of things, and we only have about an hour left. Let's resort to rolls for most of this.
Cool.
So for Ava, I would very much like you to make me we'll say a charisma investigation, as you'll probably be using your Toreador contacts. Dakota, what exactly are you going to do? My apologies. I'm going to have to ask the same of you, Bub.
I'm just going to check in with Edith to see if she's hurt, because I put in a request to speak with McTavish about a week ago.
About a week.
If possible. And if that comes to no fruition, then I think what I would do is head to the train yard and speak to Molly. And I don't know if she knows McTavish is in town, but I wonder, being an anarch, my thought is that maybe if I drop the bomb, she'll sniff him out versus me.
Okay. And Bub, what are you looking to do?
I definitely want to make a few stops if I can. So the first and foremost, I'd like to stop and get a box of Andy's mints.
Sure.
Sounds ridiculous, but I'm making.
I'm sure
plays here.
there's a reason behind it. Continue.
That's for Katie at the Ivory Tower.
All right. Perfect.
Similarly, I'd like to try to hit a couple of pawn shops, see if I can find a Nintendo 64 and Mario Kart.
Okay. Yep. You'll find one relatively easily.
Yep. And the last shop that I like to stop at is at a like a Music Man theater or something like that, where they might be able to help me acquire a 45 reel recorded copy of SRV's last performance.
We'll have you roll for that one.
Sure. I imagine that's going to cost.
Yeah, it's going to be more of a, I think like, because you're looking for something that specific. Let's just go with kind of like bartering, manipulation. No, charisma, finance. Charisma, finance. Do you have a specialty that might help with a +1 in that?
I don't have a specialty, but let me see if I have something here. Yeah, I'm more or less just trying to put the order in, and I'll wait it out, however long it's going to take, and then whatever the price is that they.
So just make that roll then
up
for me.
Okay. So you said look for charisma.
Charisma, finance.
Got it. You know what? I will rouse the blood for this.
Okay.
Get a little hungrier. And that's finance, charisma. Three successes.
3 successes, and you could re-roll 1, but not really all that worth it. Yeah, you'll take. What exactly was it? The name of the thing you were looking for? An old.
It's a 45 reel copy of Stevie Ray Vaughan's last performance before he died.
Okay, we will say they're able to get that for you, but they have to get it from like a sister place, and it's going to take it like about a week to ship, few days to ship, however long it takes them to get there. But yeah, absolutely. With the 3 successes, that's plenty.
Okay,
easy enough.
And outside of that, I just want to stop into the chantry, and I know that's role play, so I can wait that out.
Okay, no problem. So we'll go to Dakota then. Dakota, Then specify the places you went again. I apologize.
Painted Lady.
Painted Lady.
Then,
you want McTavish and then Molly. Got it.
And then Molly, yeah.
So getting into the Painted Lady is easy. At this point, you have a relatively, every time you've left, you've been given a card for re-invite. You've kind of, you've obeyed the rules, you've behaved. Edith likes you. You've done a favor for Edith. So access to Edith's club is very simple. Getting to Edith is also something that has been relatively easy in the past, but it's always been a bit of a wait. And same thing for the night. You're not going to have an audience with her until towards the end of the rest of the hours in the morning. However, once you meet with her, she does let you know that word has been sent to McTavish that he would that you would like word with him, and the only response she has got back is when he is ready to speak with you, he will find you.
He'll find me.
He knows where to, and you're an old hound. Finding your location's not super hard.
Great. That is also worrisome.
Well,
and then I put a card on the table.
The tarot card? Okay. She looks down with a kind of a curious look, and then with her long extended fingers and fingernails kind of just plucks it off the table and holds it up to her.
You seem knowledgeable and well connected.
She reaches over to the ashtray that holds a long cigarette, one of those holders, like those cigarette holders, and she kind of pulls it up to her mouth and takes an incredibly slow, long drag before it filters out of her nose and hits the card and kind of scatters across, rolling over the edges.
What do you know about that?
It looks like a tarot card, custom one of some sort. Yeah. Other than that, it seems to hold. I'm assuming on this card, Maggie, it's all like Egyptian symbols and whatnot. Is it specific, or is it like all the gods, or is it very specific ones?
I think it's probably Set and Horus and Osiris and the other.
The main ones involved in the
yeah.
lore. Okay, I want to open up her page real quick because I'm gonna make a roll. I just don't know what her pool would be off the top of my head for this.
Isis, Sobek,
and Osiris. Those are the
Gotcha.
Those are what you see. That's it. So it's Set, Osiris, Isis, and Horus.
Okay, there she is. She gets, let's see, 2 and that's it. That's her pool. She's probably not going to really know much more, but we'll see. 1 success. Well, I don't know what it means exactly, but the iconography on this is relatively common with the ministry. And she just kind of hands it back. You don't know what that is. You've never heard. The ministry does not mean
No,
shit
but
to Dakota.
I'm like, dang, that's something I don't know. Okay, I'll take the card back and I simply say thank you again for your time and your hospitality. We've got some new friends in town.
I see. And she then reaches back over to the cigarette again and takes a drag, just looking at you.
I don't usually persist, but they seem rather interested in meeting McTavish. I've been rather transparent up to this point with you, so I feel like I should. So now it's not only I, but others that seek to meet with him, and are moving into the old Anarch territory. As you said, good distraction, right?
She seems to be just kind of taking it in. No facial expressions, just taking drags of the cigarette as you speak. And as you say, as you wrap up the conversation, she just simply says, thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I can't offer more.
You've offered plenty. Just because you do not know does not mean you're not useful.
She gives what can be interpreted as a smile across her tight leather skin and stands as her long dress kind of flows back down to her feet. She clearly is heading toward the door.
Oh yeah, I'll see myself out. I would not even
Sure.
ask her to stand.
Yep. And as you kind of file out, that's where you'll kind of make your way out. Ava, what exactly are you doing again? My apologies.
I am getting some info on this.
You made your
sovereign.
rolls. You made your rolls. Right?
Yeah, I rolled a 1, but I used willpower to re-roll.
So
and
how
I-
many successes total did you get?
3 total.
Okay. And you're looking for information specifically about who again?
Sovereign. Alan.
Alan. Got it. Oh, no problem. As you kind of ask around and start talking to Toreador, Alan, it's very easy. The info you get out of Alan is that he's a man who likes to keep to himself. He's clearly influential. Anytime anyone within the city seems to need something built, almost always the construction companies are tied to him and his finances in some way. If you need work done, he's the man to talk to. And rumor is the new improvements on the Ivory Tower were through him specifically. But he does not. It seems he's very comfortable where he is. He does not seem to seek higher position. He just seems to pad his pocket and influence.
Has there ever been any drama or controversy?
No, he likes to
okay.
keep his nose down.
Okay.
Keeps to himself. That's not too surprising. Venture don't typically get involved in a lot of drama anyway. Even Jackson, maybe the most charismatic and dramatic out of the ones that you've met, likes to keep his nose relatively clean. The only ones you've never really met, the only one you really met face to face is Ballard. Ballard is weirdly more known, yet you still haven't met the man.
Okay.
He seems extremely boring. The information you get is extremely straightforward and extremely boring. He's a man who's good with numbers. All right.
So he's
beyond
exactly
that,
what he says he is.
Basically.
clean.
that's exactly
There's
what he
nothing-
says he is. It seems like he's
Okay,
being
cool.
super
Yeah.
Totally
straightforward.
genuine. Okay.
Yeah.
Bitchin',
Yep, seems
bitchin'.
like it. Of course, he might have his own machinations in personally, but with you and being forward with what he is and what he's interested in, it seems like he's being straightforward.
Perfect.
We'll move over to then the last RP scene we want to have, which is going to be with Ollie. Ollie, you're making your way to the chantry at the end of the night. Only maybe an hour to 2 hours left of darkness before the sun rises. And as always, the chantry is very meek on the outside, a simple looking home that kind of sandwiched between taller buildings and almost would stick out, but it just barely, there's just enough other houses around that help it blend in. And you make your way up to the front door, I presume, and do you just kind of run up and just hit the doorbell or knock?
Yeah.
After a few moments, there's a scuffle on the inside of the door, and it sounds like shuffling of feet before the door kind of opens with a loud deadbolt being unlocked, and the door kind of creaks open. And just through the pier, a young face seems to be looking through, and it is actually Sun Chi. She seems surprised.
Do I recognize? I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen her, and I only saw her that
She
night.
recognizes you at the very least because she actually says your name. It's like, Ollie, I wasn't expecting to see you. It's been a while. The voice the words, all of that comes together to form a memory of this person.
Yeah, Sun Chi. Yeah, I was hoping to see you or Persephone.
Well, Persephone's out tonight, but I had finished up my studies not too long ago, and I was just going to honestly just do my own personal work. But I'm happy to speak with you. She actually opens the door and steps out.
If you have the time, that would be nice.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Then she shuts the door behind her, placing her hand up against it, and she sticks an old key into it and clicks, and you hear the deadbolt kind of slide into place, lock loudly as she pulls the key back out. I want to go for a walk in the park, and there's a smaller park somewhat nearby.
Anywhere that you feel is safe, quiet.
Yeah, let's go to the park. Should be fine. Plenty of wards out there.
Noted.
Yeah, I'm sure Ollie's like, okay. And she does. She walks you into the park. And are you looking actually to see if you can see the wards at all?
I mean, I'll
just kind of
more or less just go. And if she makes any odd motions or anything like that, I'll make note.
Nope. She doesn't seem to make any obvious odd motions and whatnot.
Okay.
She just walks into the park with you. And as you kind of walk in maybe about 100 feet or so, and there's a little bench nearby, she scurries out a squirrel that's out just like eating bread under a dimming light. And as she sits down, she kind of pats the seat.
I'll sit down next to her.
Well, like I said, kind of nice to have company I wasn't expecting. I don't really get to, I was going to stay there all night. So nice air.
Admittedly, I am surprised to see your candor. Our last meeting was a lot less inviting, but that's all right.
The last meeting was more tumultuous at the time. The city itself was a bit shaky.
When isn't it?
Well, you make a point. It's been notably less so the past few months.
That's the calm before the storm.
I don't like you saying that.
It's Chicago. The city just doesn't seem to want to sleep, or at least for long. So, I'm going to cut right to brass tacks here. I don't want to waste your time. The company is nice, especially if you appreciate the company, but more often than not, I find that kindred don't really have a lot of it to waste, and they don't prefer to spend it with me more often than not.
She doesn't really give any response in body language or vocally.
Last time we met, you asked me for a minor boon in favor of trying to find out some information on revenants. And
Yes.
I've waited a very long time. Not necessarily for you to call in that boon, but in hopes that you may have discovered something.
I wouldn't call in a boon unless I've completed on the other end. And the reason I haven't reached out is because she actually at this moment does like look over her shoulder briefly. I'm being blocked from that information.
By, I'm
Higher
assuming,
ups,
elders or something of the sort. Okay.
higher ranking Tremere. She shrugs her shoulders. It's just not something I'm allowed to be looking into for one reason or another.
And you have no idea why or who might be able to grant you that.
Well, I'm sure there's a few people I'm sure could grant me that information, but if I'm not being allowed, I need a real damn good reason to look into it. Usually if something's being held back, it's because the information involved provides steps along the way to accomplish such things, knowledge that they don't want out.
Okay. All right, Sunchi. Last time we spoke hypothetically, but you were real quick at picking up that there was some truths to that. I found out, and I glance around as well to see if anything sort of sticks out.
Sure.
Making sure that those
you may
words
wits
are
awareness as you look around.
sure. Wits awareness. Got it. Roll for me.
Please.
3.
As you look around, you do catch a glimpse of what you can't tell if it's graffiti or if it's like rune. Could
Okay.
be a rune.
All right. I'll make note of it. I won't say anything though.
Other than that, you don't see any people around. You don't see any animals hovering around or any branches.
My mother was a ghoul. My father was a ghoul.
She actually does like laugh. Huh, that's weird.
Okay.
Do you know
Why don't
when? In relation to your birth?
For a long time, from what I've been told, they were ghouls from opposing clans, sent to monitor each other. But only one was aware of that.
Do you know why and by whom?
All I know is that one was a Ventru, and the other was a different clan. If I was told, I don't remember, but I know that they weren't Ventru.
I mean, that's curious, certainly, if they were trusted ghouls, at the very least, to be sent on a rather dangerous for one mission, one that lasted years, and honestly, the risk of Masquerade breach is insane. That's dangerous.
Yeah, I think there was some intention, though. There was more there, behind the scene.
Well, and she kind of like looks up to you and looks you up and down. Whatever it is, you're not it.
Maybe. Maybe it's not something that's seen on the surface.
Maybe.
I wasn't really told a lot about what revenants are, other than they're somewhere between kind and kindred.
Yeah, again, a lot of what I even know is simply just whispers and rumors. I couldn't even begin to affirm, or I just would figure once embraced, that stuff goes away.
Yeah, the problem is what happens when you pass it along.
Can it be passed along?
At least that's why I'm asking, because if it can be passed along. I have a living relative that is cut
Under
from the
eye
same
of the
cloth.
cam. Yeah,
Yeah.
Rowan. Yeah. Well, that is certainly interesting. And could be quite beneficial for... Okay. Do you mind if I use this information?
I don't mind if you use the information.
It's going to get me into, well, it might have a good chance of getting me into the section that I'm not allowed into, get the info that I need, but it does mean I would need to put forth your son's name. They're not going to give it to me without good reason, but
Then
I
use
can
my
think of
name.
a better reason than the Camarilla watching a mortal that might be something else.
Could you use my name?
I mean, I may. There may be curiosity there.
Since before I was a kindred, I'm not going to say that I was the brightest bulb in the pack, but I was stronger than everyone else. I was faster than everyone else and a survivor of Chicago when I probably shouldn't have.
Well, that might work. That might be the good first step. You know what? You're right. I'm jumping the shark. Maybe it'd be a bit dangerous for your boy. Yeah. I'll try and use your name.
Might be a bit dangerous for my boy, but I think it would be just as dangerous for anyone else if he's under the watchful eye of the prince.
Just understand, if I do drop your name and they have an interest in further knowledge, there could be a time where somebody comes knocking for you. Chantry or someone else.
If it's the Chantry, and it's purely for study, as long as I'm not being dissected, I don't mind running on a wheel for a while so you can see exactly how long I can run, or lifting for as long as I can run. But I also know what it means after having friends that have operated in the Chantry when my blood just starts fluidly floating around. I don't need it being used against me.
Yeah. Oh, I understand your concern. I wouldn't want to be picked apart and examined from the inside out either. All right. Well, this has been an interesting evening that I wasn't expecting to wrap up after all my studying.
I got two more things, one of which is the message.
Okay.
I need to see Persephone. Tell her it's
Okay.
about Zach.
What about Zach?
And that's her kind of message.
Okay.
And if she sees it as information that you need to know, then
Yeah,
That's
no,
information that she might need to know.
my own curiosity. I should have kept my mouth shut. Sorry.
It's fine. I don't mind you asking.
Well, and what is the other thing?
I'm looking for info on a clan that I don't know anything about.
What clans are you aware of? This is a deep topic.
Let me just give you some information on who they are. Maybe some keywords might stick out to you.
Sure.
They marveled at the fact that I said that they weren't Ventru or Toreador. Definitely not a Nos. There was no physical look. Not a gangrel as far as I could tell. But they called myself and the other of my coterie the children of Cain. And I don't know what that means, but she
kind of like, I mean, it's an uncommon way to refer, but we are, to some, I mean, it depends on what you believe, but Children of Cain is probably the most accepted origin story.
She just didn't say it like she was one of them.
But she was, she could be from the...
She had some bizarre symbols on her face. It looked like, back in when I was like 19, 20 years old, I followed this band that I was really into called Ra. And they were a rock band. The front man was an Egyptian guy, and he had the same sort of symbol, just this Egyptian symbol on his eyes.
Well, I mean, again, there's plenty of speculation as to where we originated from. There is the speculation that we aren't from Cain himself, but are descendants of representations of Egyptian deities.
All right.
So, yeah, a fascinating rabbit hole, as is the Cain acceptance.
She didn't say she was Camarilla, and she definitely said she was an Anarch. And when I said Sabat, there was a bizarre glint in her eye.
Well, that's worrisome.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of keeping my ear to the ground. I'm watching this as closely as I can.
Do you have a name?
Boss.
She actually just takes out a notebook and writes it down. All right.
I don't know what a name is going to do for you here. I don't really have much more to give you, just because I don't know much more.
Well, with the Egyptian iconography and being here within the city, I was going to say perhaps she was from the east, but no, it sounds like she's maybe ministry. There are a few ministry here in Chicago. Could be one.
All right, enlighten me.
I can think of.
You got a cliff notes of that? I don't know what the ministry is.
Ministry is not something I particularly study very closely. I believe they are ones that, in some way, have reverence to the Egyptian or origin story of our kind. I don't really know how their beliefs align, and to be honest, it's not important.
Okay.
To me.
I just wanted to see your knee-jerk reaction. Like if you were like, "Oh, holy shit! Make sure it dies and kill it before it lays eggs."
No,
then...
it's not surprising that she's saying she's not with the Camarilla. The ministry attempted to join the Camarilla a few years back and were declined.
Gotcha.
So they ended up leaning Anarch or relatively independent.
All right. Well, essentially, that's all I got tonight.
Okay. Appreciate the company. Definitely changed what I want to do tomorrow. She smiles.
Is it a problem if I come back in the future, something that's, not like months to years apart?
Sure, yeah. Just ask for me if I'm around and I'm not being used for some other purpose. I'm happy to make my way downstairs.
I'll come back in like a week for Persephone. We'll see if she's in.
She nods. Again, thank you for an interesting night, Ollie. Sorry we kind of got off on the wrong foot the first time around.
Happens. All right. I've never been to your club, and, well, you don't exactly seem like you go out of your way to hang out with Nas, so it's fine. My feelings aren't hurt.
She nods. And we all have our place. And she kind of from that point, as you both exit the park, you both kind of separate from there and go separate ways.
Yeah. Okay.
The next night, when Dot comes back, this is the night you were invited to the sermon.
Do we rouse? Rouse.
Everybody rouse for the next night, boss included.
Oh, I'm hungry.
Hungry.
I need to eat badly.
I'll be very hungry.
We're doing
Rousing
rouse
for the
checks
next
for the
night.
next morning.
Check.
Or next night, sorry.
Oh, that is not what I wanted. Did it do it?
Everybody got hungry.
We
tonight.
hungry. We
Everybody
some
hungry,
hungry
I am
vamps.
hungry.
What is everybody's
Need some-
hungers at?
I'm at 4,
3.
bro. I need some dino nugs.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
This evening, as you all are aroused, there's the itch in some people's minds, but for Dakota and for Ollie, the shakes have returned for Ollie, and just anytime you say something, Dakota, it's almost like your throat is dry and it's just persistent. So are we gonna go hunting in our territories?
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me your hunting rolls. Difficulty here is what now? 4, 5, 6
No.
in your territory?
No, it's way
No,
less
it's
than that.
much lower.
What is it? You have it written down, right?
I think it's like
it's 2. Hang
2.
on.
Yeah.
I think it's 2. Yeah, because our it's 5, yeah. So 5 against 6, right? It's 6 total usually, and then
Okay.
you remove the one of them from it. 5 total points in chassis.
Mhm.
Chassis.
Chase.
Chase. Ooh, that was a very good roll.
So you'll feed, no
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah. So I think we only need a 2.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty low.
I'll double look at it in a minute. Who else is feeding? So Ollie, how do you drain 3 from somebody?
I'll take 2. I'm just staying inside of like my radius here at the bar, since it's where I've been staying, and I get
Okay.
an easier feeding time at the bar. It's even more reduced there.
Yep.
So-
Yeah, very true. No problem. And Dakota, you'll drain down to 1 and drain 2 from somebody as well?
Yep.
Okay, easy enough. Ava, you're at 2. Do you want to feed?
Yeah, you know what? Since the
you
group
can feed
is
relatively freely because it's about that time to go feed off of Dave.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So I'll just do that while the others are getting
So
their
you
food.
you re-up your lingering kiss on him, and you'll
Okay.
feed down to 1. And boss, you have a herd you can feed from, so
Yeah.
you can ring down from there. We're gonna open up with the coterie coming together again on this night, back in the movie theater. The place is now fully cleaned up and reorganized, and you all separated the night before to take care of things, and there was no time to come back together before the sun rose. We'll say, as always, Dakota, Ollie, Ava, in that order arrive.
How was everybody's nights last night? Any interesting news? What's the scoop? What's the deal? I didn't get much.
I didn't either.
Basically,
Ministry.
I heard a lot of the same. At least
Whatever
the potential
that
of such.
means.
Exactly, whatever the hell that means. Just Egyptian something.
Seems, to be old. And not quite as recognized, obviously. That being
Interesting.
said, I don't think it really matters at this point. We want to do business with her. We do business with her.
I mean, we should see what they have going. But for me, it was a lot of shopping. I had some very unique things that I needed to find. I'm probably like carrying in a Nintendo 64 that I'm going to clean up with the cartridge of Mario Kart and a box of Andy's Mints.
Okay. Well,
The question I have after the coterie is anybody going to the sermon tonight?
I
just
kind
need-
of slapped the tarot down onto the table.
Yep.
I already expressed I was intrigued on going. I'm very happy to do so. I love trying
I
new
just
things.
don't know that I care.
I know. It's not about caring. It's about just experiences. Let's just try something new. You tried the painted lady and you ended up having a good time.
About experiences.
I can't say that this will be the same, as it's not a party. But
That sounds like someone who falls asleep at a party and wakes up with a dick drawn on the neck. It's about the experiences.
you both came out with tattoos. So
Yeah, but it's definitely not a dick.
Okay. Fine. If I don't want to stay, I can leave.
that's also true.
Fine. You can't go by yourself. I mean, you can't.
Always
I
know.
just don't
We
want
always
you
know where
to.
that ends up, like the time with Saito, but we won't talk about that.
If Grant was here, he'd be like, which time?
Yeah. Which time is right?
My interest simply lies in more information about what's going on in the Anarch territory. That's it.
Of course.
And if we can leverage any of her resources and power, well then, gold star for us.
Should we tell her about McTavish, or at least we don't know
No.
much?
No.
We don't know
not
shit.
yet. I want to meet with him first.
That's fair. That's
I
fair.
want to know what he knows about her before I tell him she's looking for him, because I'll be honest, I don't know shit about the guy, but my fear with their powers combined could be problematic.
Well, we don't really know what she wants with him either, which I'm more curious about. If they're previous
I just
coterie
wanna-
members, lovers,
wanna-
I don't know. I just want to know. That's where my mind takes it
Well,
to.
Get the car, then, and we'll go. At
Okay.
least, at the very least, Dakota, you can keep me company, and I'll keep you company, and it won't be terrible, right?
This is like when my mom used to force me to go take communion every Christmas.
Then off
Yeah.
you go. On
Coming
the
from
road.
a religious upbringing with my father and mother, I understand.
But we didn't go to church any other time of the year. Just Christmas.
So where is it, Maggie? The apartment building?
Yes.
The directions lead you about 4 blocks south of the bar to a 3-story brick apartment building that's not falling apart by
Can
any
I
stretch.
describe what the inside is like?
But as they walk through the front door, this looking rather plain on the outside, what does the inside look like?
The inside is actually, each floor is split up. The bottom floor is like, you can hear the thumping of like music and something going on down there. There's like a club down there. It is just a all-time party. It's crazy. The middle area seems to be a little bit more quiet. It's like where there's like some corridors for people to sleep, and it looks like there's just, it's almost like a dorm room. That's what it feels. That's the vibe you get. You walk in and you're like, I'm in a college. And then the upstairs is kind of a lot more quiet. And there are like, it's almost like a church. It's kind of the vibe you get, but it's like more chill. Like, I don't know how to
Where is
explain
this
it.
located?
Yeah, what side of town are we on?
You're in Anarch territory.
Okay, so it's just we're not very far from our.
Not
neck of the
super
woods.
far from where you're at, no.
Okay.
Nope, it's
And
just
how
past line,
close is it to the bar?
4 blocks south.
And it's
4
like,
blocks south.
No,
of-
not our bar. The bar she's wanting to
That's what,
renovate.
that's what I'm
Oh,
saying. It's
okay.
4 blocks south of that bar from
Of
her.
that bar. Okay.
Yep.
and the people are all kind of, it's almost like it's Halloween in there. Like, everyone's just dressed in like whatever the hell they want to wear. Like, there's people wearing pajamas, there's people in like a giant bunny suit. It's just madness. People are just embracing their inner selves. That's what
And
you
where
get
did they
from-
find you?
Where did they find me? Ooh.
Yeah.
I think I'm upstairs and like sitting on like this like pillow thing, and
So-
there's like a bunch of other pillows around, and everyone's kind of sitting around.
So that's where you,
It's
as the
colorful,
3 of
very
you make your way through the
bright.
front door, then as you know, kind of getting that air, you in the air is just pungent smell of a mix of different smokes and drugs, just kind of settling in. Hot box the apartment for God knows how long. And as you walk in, the person in a bunny suit actually kind of walks over, and the last few steps are a tiny little hop, and they simply open up. You don't know if man or woman. Open up their hands, and you hear
They're,
from behind the mask muffled. Oh, or unless do you
Yep.
just hand the
yeah,
card?
I know what he's. Yeah,
You hand the card, he folds it over, and he gives a little like head bow, and then he goes hopping off into another room as people begin to kind of come out and mingle around. As you push through, a few people offer you like a joint, a blunt here, a hit off a bong for the light stuff, but it's not long before you're offered a needle or a baggie with some crystals in it of some sort, or a bunch of white powder. And kind of all at once, not like one at a time, just a bunch of people offering like, take your choice. What would you like? You all decline, presumably, and make your way up the stairs. The second room is, as you said, more people sleeping up here. a few people kind of just slouched and very lightly and quietly talking, being rather respectful to the people who were sleeping. The heavy partying seems to be like a hard line in that bottom area. And as you make your way through here with creaking floors, some people kind of give you very polite waves and smiles. You head to the stairs and make your way up to the third, where the music of the downstairs is not entirely muted, but just more vibrations than anything. And like she said, it's way chill up here. Pillows everywhere.
Pillows, colorful.
She's sitting down having conversation with one of her presumably her herd, or at least one of the mortals around. But as you walk in, the mortal kind of stands up and says goodbye to you, boss, and then turns to the three of you and just gives you an acknowledging nod. Doesn't really say words as they meekly step around you to give you all room. And as they shut the door, they light an incense on the way out, and then they lock it behind them.
So it seems that you have decided to come join me.
Very interesting place you have here.
Well,
Thought
it
we
is a
were-
place I inherited, but I did make some changes myself.
I see. Now I thought we were going to church. This is not exactly.
What do you think? We are at church? Again with your bureaucracy.
That's true. I should have expected this based on everything that we've met of you thus far. I like it. I like the vibe.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Coming from you, that actually means quite a bit. Venture normally would not maybe be interested in the ways that I run things. Perhaps a little too chaotic for some. And of course, it is nice to see you, Dakota and Ollie.
Pleasure is all yours, or mine, or whatever. What's going on here? What's even happening? There's so many things happening. There's lights and shit that I don't even know what to think.
It is
Ava
fun.
plops in one of the big pillows on the floor and just plops, makes herself comfortable.
It is fun. That is what we're having here. Indulgence. Being yourself. You don't have to hide who you are. Though I never do.
You know,
Some choose to.
I discovered myself like this when I was 16.
Did you not enjoy it?
Now, there's only so many times you can later wake up without your pants in the general public that you find that it's not actually that enjoyable.
Perhaps you took your pants off for the wrong person then.
That's fair.
There are books in this room?
Not really. You don't see any books.
I was wondering if you said that as Dakota. Are there any books in here?
Yeah, where are
Did
the
you say it
fucking
as Dakota or
books?
out of character? It
Yeah,
sounded out
no,
of
that was a
Okay.
genuine, do I look around and see any books?
You just see it's just pillows and very comfy things. It just feels really comfortable. And there are incense and things like that that are around. It smells almost like that chai tea smell. It's the vibe you get.
Yep, I will, Dakota will take a seat on a pillow somewhere. She's all business. If she wanted fun, she could go find fun. She's here for business.
But what questions do you have, Ali, about this place? What do you mean, what is going on?
Well, you've just talked a lot about finding yourself and figuring out who you are, not having to hide anything, but from the looks of it, all you're doing is hiding behind a fallacy, at least everyone you're associating with, because they certainly can't even... I saw a guy who was literally licking a foot with his eyes closed, and I think he thought it was someone else's, but it was definitely his.
He has a foot fetish, and other people don't necessarily want him licking their feet, so he licks his own feet. You know,
Well, I'm
I
not
don't
here
like
to,
to judge people.
Right, I get that. I'm not here to yuck someone else's yum, but I'm pretty sure that guy doesn't even know where he is, let alone who he is.
But that is his choice, to know
Sure.
where he is.
That's fun. Yeah. Woo.
Sit. I will tell you a story. It seems that is what you're trying to get to. Yes, what is it that I'm doing here? How did I get here? I told you before it would be a long story, but I will try to make it short for you. See, when I was a little girl, things were very different. I'm from Africa, not from around here, so very far. But times were different. Perhaps we would not be friends at all. Perhaps I would be a servant to one of you. She looks at all of you. And maybe that is part of why I am the way that I am. And I say the things that I say because I do not want to be who I was before. Because that does not define who I am. That is my journey. That is how I got here. See, when I was a little girl, I was a slave to a man. I was purchased. I was given away. I was property of someone else. No one should be property of someone else. But there I found myself, doing their bidding. And for what? To get lashings. It was not what I wanted. I could not stand it. And even then I found myself being stronger than the people around me. I rallied them. Together, we escaped. But to be fair, not all of us escaped. It was not a happy journey. And so I, like you, Ollie, have been through many, many things. But along this journey, while I was living off the scraps that perhaps one of you may have thrown out on your streets, or that had fallen off a cart, rotted away, I ate it. I survived, because I am a survivor. And I feel that all of you are also survivors. Like me, but in your own way. Perhaps your journey is different than mine, but all of us come from somewhere. All of us have felt pain. During this time, I found someone who cared for me, who gave me hope, who gave me faith, who showed me the way of life, or what you may call on life. And her name was Nima. Nima was good. She got us out of there on a ship. And so, we made our way to America. It was many years, but we made our way. And from then, I have found my way, and I will never let anyone feel the way that I felt. You say things like cages, that you must hide yourself. But for what? Look around. See your power. That is not right. You want to label people. You want to put people in boxes. Those are just more cages. I don't want that. Not for me, not for anyone. But if that is what you want, then that is your choice to make. So be in your little box, be a pretty bird, and repeat the words they want you to say. But that is not what I preach, and that is not what I want. So Ali, that is my sermon to you. That is my story.
You ever stop to think that this is our coming up tale? That we're the underdog of the story, and we're trying to fight our way up, fight our way against the cage?
Depends on where you are. Depends on how you feel about being inside of a cage. To me, it seems like that is not what you want.
No, who the hell wants it? Who the hell wants someone watching over their shoulders constantly?
Some
Telling them
people
they
like
can
the
and can't do
attention.
shit. I don't.
She kind of looks at Ava when she says that.
Yeah, she's a voyeur. We get it. What is it to say? What can we say?
I have said a lot. I am sick of saying things. I don't like talking. I like making actions.
What action would you like to make? Like here in Chicago. You want to come clean up Marcus's mess or whomever handled his mess, and then that's it. You're gone. C'est la vie.
Well, what I was looking for to begin with may not be what I'm interested in now. Originally, I had come here, yes, to find my friend Marcus, to see what had happened to him, because I had heard tales. And so it is true what had happened to him. But now I need to find more details. The truth. And though you claim to tell me some things, I can tell you're hiding something. And other people seem to do the same. And see, unlike other people, I wear my losses on my face. I see you all looking at the symbol on my face. It is the symbol of Horus. And for me, this is a symbol of the things that we lose. Whether they are our eyes, whether they are our hearts, our souls, whatever they may be. I wear it not because I believe what Horus has to say, but I wear it because it reminds me of the things that I have lost in my time, in my life. Like other people, they wear tattoos for some things like that. A story that they tell to themselves or to others. But for me, yes, I came here to find Marcus, to see what he had done, what foolishness he had gotten himself into, and perhaps to help the people that were following him. Because if I know Marcus, he definitely had people following him. And so you see, she kind of like points to like the floor in the area that was around. I have helped his people find their way. Some here, some left.
Well, you may not be able to see it because we don't wear ours on our face. But what we've lost follows us around everywhere. Ollie kind of like walks around till he finds a light angling down at him. And he'll take his hand and he points to his shadow. That right there, that's what we wear. And it's a loss of our freedom.
It is true. We have been cursed. But even
everyone in Chicago that bears that, we all accept it.
It is true that we have been cursed, but even the sun god himself recognizes that there's power in being such.
Well, I appreciate the tale and your candor, but I can't speak for the ladies. They're strong, much stronger than I in a lot of ways.
You
Seen
have
it
your own
firsthand.
strengths, as we have come to find. Like I said, you have been a challenge for me, but I do not hate it. I like challenges.
Whoa,
I feel
slow
that I
down.
provide challenges for people too.
Ava keeps this. I see Ava looking like almost ready to say something every
Yeah.
time. Does she speak up?
Ava's just smiling at this whole conversation. She's just kind of taking it in and smiling. She enjoys it.
Beyond that, she goes, but it is true. Perhaps the things that I wanted then are not what I want now. Well, because you have told me some things that worry me. You make me worry, Ollie.
What are your concerns?
Birds in cages, that is my concern.
Well, no matter which way you spin it, we will always be caged in some ways. Unless we... Like you said, we are cursed, quote unquote.
But will we? What if the children of the night ruled? What if things were different?
Are beasts? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
I
Heard this
hate that
before.
term. You make it sound, and the words and the way that you say it, Ava, makes it sound like it is some kind of curse, but it is not. It is a gift bestowed upon us.
I don't know if you've seen people when they get there. I know I've been there multiple times, and I've seen my friends get there. It's not pleasant.
It's beautiful.
We had...
Yeah, you talk about having control, but when that takes over, you don't have control.
But that
You
is
ride-
because you have not tamed it. You
Oh.
hide the
It's-
beast, and so you do not let it out. And so how do you expect to control something that you never use? It is like riding a bike. Or, in your case, Dakota, your skateboard. When you first jump on it, maybe you are not the best. Maybe you fall over a few times. Maybe you trip. But over time, with practice, you can do so much more. You can do your ollies and your flips. You can jump off buildings and do amazing feats.
You realize that part of us only comes out when we are enraged, angered, when the worst of us, when we see things and horrors that make us want to lash out.
It does not
Not
have to
entirely
be so.
true.
Dakota stands. You're hypocritical. I point to her, and none of you understand your beast. If you did, you wouldn't. I don't care. I stand to say, if you actually knew your beast, you wouldn't try to control it. You just gave us a giant story about chains. And the first thing you said is controlling your beast. If any
She
of
didn't
you
say
knew
controlling
anything, you did. Her words were
she was using. I just want to.
You used the words control.
Yeah, I just want to make sense. Yeah, I just want to say that that's not like what she meant by it. She meant like you can.
I appreciate that, right? Yeah. But that's what she said, and her rhetoric was there.
That's not what I meant, but yeah.
I spend every day communing with my beast. I don't care where you stand spiritually. We are here for business. I'm sorry about what happened to you in your past. As he said, we have all been chained in some way. But where you see more chains, I see freedom. I don't get to wake up and be beautiful every day. I don't get to wake up and walk around with the kind of power that you have. I have to play the system to find my freedom. So you may not like that we are aligned in some way with what you see to be a cage. But that cage has set me free.
She shapeshifts whilst you're talking.
You watch the three of you as the Dakota ends towards the end of the talk. Her bones contort. You've seen similar looking things when the lichen transform.
This time, she looks like a snake.
This is a bit smoother of a transition. It's not as violent. You can still hear the bones snapping and things moving, but it's much more rapid. Before long, you see before you a snake that's... Is it a particular breed?
I don't know if it has to be a particular breed, but
Just a green-looking serpent that's large, maybe 6 or 7 feet long, kind of coils up and a simple head kind of sits. How long do you hold that form?
Just a little bit while she talks. And she has like a little gold ring around the tail again.
The tip of her tail, much like the cat tail that you saw prior.
And she listens, her eyes mesmerized by Dakota, and says, I see what you are saying. But it appears you just do not know your own power. You say you are not beautiful, but I see how beautiful you are. You say that you do not have the power, but you do.
That is not what I said.
That
I
is
said
what
I
you
do
said.
have the power because I have leaned in a different way. You're not going to convince me to not continue to play the game as I play it.
I do not want to convince you.
Then what do you want? A new bar will offer it to you.
That is what I had asked for your help with.
But there is something more. What is it?
She switches back. See, I had thought you had come here for different reasons. You said you wanted to come here to see My sermon? But it appears maybe you are here for other reasons. So, if you come here under guise of that, what is it that you want? Because I have told you what I want. I want
came to see
my
this
bar.
sermon.
I want for my friend's killer to be named. That is what I want from you. That is all I have asked of you.
Out of character, I don't think I got that last part.
The name.
Like,
Name the killer.
The name of the killer.
Name
name
the
of the
killer.
hunter.
Name the killer that killed her for code remember.
Well, I, for one, found your story very fascinating. I understand that my coterie members are a bit more reserved. I'm open to hearing other people's perspectives and views on things, though I may not entirely agree. I liked hearing your story, and other perspectives are certainly interesting. I definitely think that business is also worth discussing. We are willing to continue a working relationship, as some would call. Helping with the bar and getting more information on this killer.
Well then, when you have the information on the killer, I will give you the information that I have. It was fair enough, as I said before. I want something, I return with other information for you. In knowledge for knowledge, that is what I had to offer to you. And of course, the bar I will pay for the labor and whatever else. You just send me an invoice, Ali, and I will make sure of it.
I want access to the territory.
To the bar?
You're going to simply claim what, just the bar? And not the area around it?
That is all I am interested in.
Why such a simple thing? Why bother with it? Why not burn it to the ground and claim the insurance money?
But what if I could make it disappear?
What disappear?
The bar.
Don't think I understand.
See a place for us to go. All of our kind. Where no one else will see. Where we can have peace.
Well, then you're gonna have to start playing some kind of politic, even if you don't want to. Chicago is under the watchful eye of the Prince and the Camarilla, and everybody knows the Anarchs are running. So people are gonna start moving in trying to claim the territory. And if you're gonna be the big badass squatter that you might actually be, you're gonna have to squat and hold it down because other people are gonna move in and try to claim it.
Well, see, I practice my squats every day, so I'm very good at it, Ali.
I believe
But,
that.
of course, I do understand that there are some friendships that will have to be made. But see, I do not care for the bureaucracy of it. I just go straight to the person who I want to be friends with, and I become friends with them. I do not care whether they are whatever they claim to be. That does not matter to me. But I understand
Friendship
where
is-
you're coming from.
Friendship is not something that you just walk up to someone and tell them that you want to be the friend. It's earned over time.
But sometimes it works. Sometimes people just want honesty.
Yeah,
They just
well, I
want
can
it
be
to be
honest with you. This is
straightforward.
me being honest with you. I don't trust anybody. And if you want my friendship, you have to fucking earn it.
We could not agree any further. Trust must be earned. That is a conviction I live by.
Well, then, cheers to upcoming friendship, potentially. It really depends on the type of person or kindred that you actually are.
What kind do I have to be?
Yeah, access to the bar. When it's done.
I don't think you will want access to it until there are further things done, but you are welcome to come to the bar anytime you want. I would never say that you could not.
When it is complete. Cherry on top.
Yes. All of our kind will be welcome. And anyone willing to work with us.
Your power is quite interesting. Very interesting show of the transformation. I've not seen anything like that before in Kindred. Though I knew it was possible, I've just never really seen it.
Is Dakota the only one of the three who's seen? I think so.
I think so.
Yeah, Beckett, right?
Yeah.
I might have seen it with a few of the other gangrels in season 1 too.
Yeah,
There's a
you might have
possibility
seen
there.
some shape shifting a little bit here and there. You know, it's definitely something Gangrel can do.
Something that can do, yeah.
It is fun, no? But I will assure you that I am not the only one who can do such things. There are many. And perhaps maybe some of you will someday.
I know that labels aren't really your thing, but floating around ministry? I've heard the term before.
Of course I have.
Would you consider yourself that, or do you not really like to use a label? We all have clans. It's part of our identity. It's not necessarily that we have to subscribe to it, but it's still part of who we are.
Yes, I will say that people might label me as a ministry of some sort, but
Do you?
I don't see myself that way.
Interesting.
Maybe one day. In the past I did. But I have since then, well, changed my ways a bit. When you are part of a coterie, as you all know, sometimes you do things because you must as a group to survive. But you see, that is not the case for me anymore.
You don't work with a group?
I work with many groups,
I see.
as I work with you. If there's something I can help you with, besides what I have requested of you, then please. I offer my assistance to you all. Is there something I can help you with?
We may eventually take you up on that offer. There are always things that we could use help with.
Like, loosening up a little bit. It's so tense in here.
Why don't you
It
tell us about
is-
McTavish? Why are you looking for him?
Well, that information I will not share until you share the information that I have requested of you. But it is juicy, I will assure you. It is something that might very well interest you.
Okay. Well, let's presume that I drop the information that you need right now.
Then I would presume to tell you the information you request right now.
And what do you do when you find the killer of your clan member? Enough with the
You
whole.
asked me this.
Yeah, but you bullshitted me.
No, I have given you the answer twice
You're gonna
now.
party with him.
Well,
You want to party with a hunter who notoriously hates kindred. That
oh, Ali, must I speak so clearly? You all are so intense. Oh my goodness. I feel like you all need to get really high one night and just relax, you know?
Once again, you assume a lot about me, as if I have never been high or done those things.
No, I'm just saying right now you're very tense. Not saying that you haven't
We
before.
came for a damn ceremony.
Yeah,
And
and
all
you
we've gotten
you
is your
shamed my
origin
ceremony.
story.
You said you
I
did
did
not want to
not.
hear it, and I was like,
That is
you came
not
here
no.
for business,
Dakota
not my
never said she
ceremony."
did not want to hear that. Though she never said those words. She said she was here for business and would be. She showed up to see your ceremony, but she was
Sermon
here
is
for
not
business.
That's not how she sees it. I can understand
But basically,
that.
you're both the
Yeah.
group is operating on two different things.
Yeah.
On her end, on Boss's end, this is pure social. She
Yeah.
wants to offer you a sermon and talk. You all came with that in mind as the entry, but with business in mind.
Yeah,
Boss
and that's
had
cool.
no.
That's okay that we don't agree on that.
Yeah, no, but just add a game, so there's no like.
Yeah,
no,
because
you said
Dakota
this, you
never
said
said
this.
she didn't want to see your ceremony. She showed up or wouldn't have
Yeah,
wanted.
Right,
it
but
was the
that-
same thing like the control. She didn't mean it as a control, but you took it that way,
Yep.
and that's okay. That's 100% okay. Yeah, and she's like, I do not see the sermon as business. I see it as we come together as a collective to talk, and perhaps you teach me something. Sometimes I learn many things from people. They tell me their story, and I learn from them too. It does not have to be one way. That is not how it goes. But if you want business, then you want business. I'm just saying that sometimes it's much more fun if you just loosen up.
I do love to loosen up, so I. Ava's just like also just so chill about this.
Perhaps I need to hang out a little bit more.
Does anybody go and drop the name, however? Does anyone go forward with the
I look at
proposal?
Ollie. Dakota has made it clear she thinks it's a great idea.
Okay.
But
So we know
that
Dakota's
is not
in the
her
yes.
decision to make.
I would say it's Ava thinks it's an Ollie decision since it's
Boss,
There's this
his.
Okay.
Yeah.
his name is Rowan. Rowan Hopkins.
And what do you know of this Rowan Hopkins?
He's my son.
Ah. See, I knew you knew something more. So, where is this son of yours? Let us have a chat.
Yeah, let me just dial him up. He's one of my Fab Five. I can call him real fast.
Oh. Family turmoil then.
Well, dad's a vampire, son's a hunter. We don't exactly hang out on Saturdays and talk sports.
How did that come to be?
Oh, that's a fucking story for another time.
It is a long story.
I have a long
The
time to live.
episodes, 4 hours. This is long.
So perhaps someday you will have to tell me the story.
But you can't kill him. You can't kill him. I don't care how old you are. If you kill him, I'll kill you. I will dust you where you stand. You cannot kill my son.
It would be very hard to do so, and very
will give it-
entertaining for me to see you do so. But I have no intention of killing your son. And if you are family, and we are to do business, then as friends, I will adhere to your request. But that still does not mean that I do not want to hear my answers.
Well, you heard it.
Well,
We
So
from
you need
you
to
so
spill.
far.
You got to
We
spill
have-
about McTavish.
Yes.
If you need any clarification on anything, feel free to ask. I'll happy to clarify anything for you, Maggie.
Do you want me to share that now, or do...
Yeah, let's share it now and we'll wrap on that.
Okay,
we'll
'cause
wrap
we're
and put a
going
bow
late, so
on
I just
that.
wanna make
We'll
sure
go a
that
tiny bit
everyone's okay
late,
with-
like another 5 minutes, and then we'll wrap.
Staying a little late, okay. Well, I have heard many rumors about McTavish and what he is up to. And it appears that the three of you are Camarilla, no?
Yes, we are.
So this information
If you need a
will be-
label,
It is a label that you go by?
it is a label people choose to put upon me.
So maybe not all of you are ingredients. I know all too well how that goes.
You make a lot of assumptions.
Don't we all?
No.
But I will say that McTavish is into something. He's planning something big. Something bigger than, well,
The words you were given were a violent grand reopening of the Anarchs. A violent grand return. Sorry. A
Yes.
violent grand return.
a violent
God.
grand return to the Anarchs.
Oh, lovely.
But I will let you know a little bit more about the Anarchs as well. Because you have been forthcoming about Rowan. And I understand when it comes to family, not sharing a family name is very important. The Anarchs are not doing so well. Why do you think I'm able to take land so easily? They are in disarray. They are a hot mess. And if you were to strike, well, it would be much better for you to be on the offense before whatever they are planning comes to fruition. Because I assure you, if they are planning a vengeance and a return that is that violent, well, it will be worse than whatever we have seen in the past.
Well,
To get across what she's trying to basically meta-wise, as she's informing you of, is while you are all aware that the Anarchs are weak, they are way weaker than the Camarilla even knows.
Sorry, say that again, Mathis. They're weaker than.
They're weaker. The Camarilla is already aware that they're on their back leg. What she's saying is she came in and just went, and they went away.
Okay, I see.
Like there was a small kerfuffle.
Molly had already kind of hinted at that, though.
Molly had hinted that
how fragile
the council
things
fell
are.
apart. At the very least, the council fell apart. But it sounded like more people than you were aware literally have just abandoned completely. And whatever's rebuilding in its place is much more dangerous and violent, which is where McTavish comes in. McTavish was brought in to create a new violent foundation.
Well, that's quite interesting. And concerning.
Power abhors a vacuum and all that shit.
So whatever deals you have with McTavish, well, be careful and beware of what that might imply to your friends on the Camarilla side.
We don't have any deals with McTavish.
Good for you, then. Then why so curious about him?
Because his name's come up a lot recently.
Because he's a gangrel.
True.
Where my interests lie.
Gangrel are my kind. I do enjoy hanging out with them a lot. But maybe not him so much. I will say this.
You here to deal with him then?
Me? Oh no, Ali! Why would I get involved when I can just sit back and watch it all? It is
Because you're in
going to
Anarch
be
territory.
the most beautiful war that I have ever seen, and I have seen some.
Well, because you're in Anarch territory, and if this matters to him, it's only a matter of time before he comes here. If you're in prime location in real estate for Anarch, and he's coming in for a reinvigoration, a restart, he's gonna want the bar.
Well, he can try. From my perspective, I do not want any side to win, of course. I would like everyone to be free.
You know, Bas, Chicago has been relatively safe these past years with Camarilla rule. We've not had any major incidents. Things have actually been pretty calm. You know, sometimes the structure like this is actually good. It helps keep order.
That is what some people preach, yes? That
So,
order brings justice, that order brings, well, organization, I suppose, but chaos always finds its way.
and it was only a matter of time before the Anarchs or this McTavish uprising would come to play. It's unsurprising, but concerning nonetheless. With information like this, I'm not saying that this is what we should do, but it's interesting you would tell us this. We could thwart it very easily with a couple of calls.
What do you mean?
We tell the prince that we got this information and we try to stop it.
Why don't you? Is that not what you should do as Camarilla? That is what I hope you do, if you are truly Camarilla.
You're right, that's what a good Camarilla should do.
And if we're not,
Are you implying something, my dear Ava?
I cannot say more than that. Sometimes balance is good, however. Checks and balances.
I have seen it work, and I have seen it plummet. See, what happens when things are so stagnant, when you see peace for so long? Well, the people in control get complacent. Sometimes they let their guard down. And those that are vying for power still, they plot. The longer the peace goes, the longer the others have to plot. That is all I will say on that front.
I would agree, and that's just speaking from a personal philosophy standpoint. I did not speak on behalf of the Camarilla or anything like that.
That is the same for me here. Just my personal philosophy. But that is how I tend to prefer to speak.
I noticed.
And the conversation kind of dwindles to this quiet stalemate in a sense. We will let this camera linger here as the conversation probably circles a few more times and maybe even eventually peters out to where you all leave, or maybe one or two of you stay to try and enjoy it or what have you. But we'll leave it there because this is not the last time we'll be seeing Boss by any stretch of the imagination. It's simply her introduction for now. And we will return next week to see exactly what our coterie ends up doing. And maybe, depending on what we say off camera, we might see Boss's return next week. Till then.
Sounds good.
Goodbye.
All right. With that, we will end today's episode. Is everyone good? We had some intense conversations. Out of character. I'm like, everyone
Boss
okay?
did exactly what I needed her to do.
Mathis had a lot of plotting, just letting you all know. And he helped me come up with this chaotic character, so enjoy. Beyond that, we will remind you all that tomorrow we have Mass Effect CSEC coming with Enter Elysium GMing, and we will have Mark Meir, Random Tuesday, Tyler Scheid, and I will also be joining that crew for some good old Mass Effect action. We are going to be security officers, and, you know, we'll see if we can save the galaxy. Who knows? But tune in, same time, same place. You know, we're here Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, 10 a.m. PDT, 6 p.m. GMT, all the time. If you want to support us, you can support us at patreon.com/rollforward and follow us on all of the places at rollforward on Twitter and Facebook. And of course, you can subscribe to us here on Twitch or on YouTube if you're watching us there. You can become a member. And of course, and beyond that, if you can't support us on a monetary means, there are plenty of ways for you just to support us by watching our shows, sharing our shows, giving that information to other people, letting other people enjoy the content that we're creating. And with that, I'm going to go around and let people say where you can find them at. Kicking it off with our storyteller, Mathis Games. Where can people find you at?
Find me at Mathis pretty much anywhere by that name. And also Illuminati Podcast, like the main thing you can find me for, which is a weekly comedy, paranormal, true crime-esque podcast. Go listen to that. I think that's it really right now. It's all. I don't have a ton going on, so that's it. That's it for me. We'll pass it along to Dot.
I'm Dot. You can find me on Linus Little Red Dot. I roll dice, I play games, and I'm the current Kobold Press Twitch producer, so check me out over there on a pretty regular basis.
Awesome. Tossing it on up to Ali, played by Bub.
Hi, I'm Bub. I do Bub things all over the internet. You can find me over at twitch.tv/thebubbernaut. Doing lots of games right now. I'm checking out Wasteland 3 with one of my mods, and it's a lot of fun. About 27 hours in, and it's just mayhem. Absolute mayhem. Literally found a helmet that was covered in dildos last night. So it's dope. Not really sure what to make of it outside of that. I've got new games coming at the end of the month, new stuff that I've yet to announce, and also we're going to be starting the recording of Stitch of Fate Season 2 very soon.
Tuesday.
That's awesome.
Season 2 launches the February 12th. I think that's that Friday.
I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked for it. So that's
Just in time for
me in a
Valentine's Day.
nutshell.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Trace.
Hello, everybody. I am Tracy, Miss Magitech. I'm here every Saturday playing VTM, but when I'm not, I'm playing other RPGs all over the internet. So feel free to follow me and hang out. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it for me. So let's go to Maggie.
Hi, I'm Margaret. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I'll always let you know what I'm up to. I also have a podcast launching in February that's going to be really exciting. It's called Missing Annie Lee. It is a horror story that's played in two parts with two different arcs. We recorded everything last year, and so now it's all coming to fruition with all the editing. So it's pretty exciting. We reached our goal, so thank you so much for that. And of course, you can find me here on Thursdays and Sundays, as well as a guest here on Saturdays whenever Mathis sees fitting for the story.
Yeah.
He's plotting over there. I see him.
I'm
like,
always
what is he
plotting.
thinking?
Yeah. Whenever you're here, it'll be a good time with your character. I'm excited.
And of course, we will see you again next Saturday for another episode of BTM. Doodles.
Bye.
Bye.